Hello, 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 hello.
And who are missing? So, uh, Christina, Christina, you are here. Okay. you you are here, right? Moses? Oh, good, good, good. Alejandro? Okay, see. Mhm. And then Martin? Not yet. Then uh, Titi? Oh, good. Good morning. Um, then Apple? Apple? Not here as yet. Uh, Mark Ricubono? Good morning. And Ahmad? Okay. Ahmad? Mohammed? Mohammed? Not here as yet. Then Gladys? Hello. Good morning. Martin, good morning, Martin. Martin is with us now. Good morning. Mark, good morning, Mark. Um, then Yanina, you are already here. Yes, thank you very much. And Javier, good morning, sir. Good morning, Javier. And then I come to the observers. Akhil Paul, not here as yet. Dr. Vimal Kumar Dangla, not here as yet. Uh, Dr. Saab, welcome. Dr. Anil Aneja is with us, President AICB, one of the, good morning, sir, one of the three national organizations in India in the field of blindness. Dr. Saab, we are waiting for some more people. I will formally recognize you and welcome when we start and request you for some words on your thoughts on the direction to WBU the and some very brief introduction of AICB. Dr. Vimal Kumar Dangla, still missing. Hmm. What do you I think since most of us are already here and we have a very full agenda, if every logistic is worked out and finalized, I would seek your permission to start today's proceedings. And I would request the staff and the online manager, online connection manager to start our yes, and make sure आपको ध्यान रखना है कि वो ट्रांसक्रिप्शन का ऑन कर दीजिएगा प्रदीप, ट्रांसक्रिप्शन ऑन कर दीजिए और कंफर्म करिए मुझे ट्रांसक्रिप्शन ऑन हो गया है या नहीं। ऑन हो गया है, आपने प्रोसीडिंग्स ऑन कर दी? ओके, सो गुड मॉर्निंग फ्रेंड्स, अगेन वेलकम टू यू ऑल to the second day of the proceedings of our officers. Friends, before I request our treasurer Alejandro and our CEO Mark Workman to take the first agenda item for today, that is dealing with the financial matters, I welcome Dr. Anil Aneja, who is the president of All India Confederation of the Blind, one of the three major national organizations in India. It's indeed a great privilege for me as the General Secretary of National Federation of Blind, as well as the President of World Blind Union, that all our three national organizations are represented by the highest offices. The presence of Dr. Vimal Kumar Dangla, who is the Secretary General of NAB, and now today, the presence of Dr. Anil Kumar Aneja, President of AICB, is really a great source of strength for me to discharge my duties as President of World Blind Union. This also speaks of a unified voice of organizations of and for the blind in India at national level. I would now request Dr. Anil Kumar Aneja to introduce himself and also to very briefly give his thoughts on the way forward for WBU, as well as some introduction of AICB.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rungta, for that very warm welcome and very generous welcome. It's indeed a pleasure for me personally and for AICB as an organization to be represented on this platform and to be a part of this very major event, the first officers meeting of WBU after the recent elections in India. We are really proud host, but as Mr. Rungta has rightly said, we all three organizations represent a unified voice of and for the blind in India. And we are really grateful to all of you for making it possible to be with us in India. It's a pleasure to welcome all the WBU officers, the WBU past president, WBU functionaries, ICVA functionaries, others from representatives from regions and other members and observers. It's a great honor indeed. And I'm blessed to be in such an august company this morning. Personally, as a professional, I'm a professor at University of Delhi, one of the premium universities of the country, and university which is in the top 500 in the QS ranking in the world. On the other side of my work with the NGO sector, I'm the president of AICB, or India Confederation of the Blind, which is a self-help organization of the blind. We are one of the oldest members of WBU. If my memory serves me right, we have been members since 1984, ever since the inception of the WBU. I hope my facts are correct there. But that's as far as I can remember, human memory being very short. So we are one of the oldest members. We have had Shri A.K. Mittal serve as the treasurer, World Blind Union for 8 years, and the secretary general till his passing away in 2020. So we have had very long association. Our present secretary general and our founder, Mr. G.N. Cohen, or the chairperson of the World Brain Council, and also the recipient of the Louis Brain Medal of the WBU in 2012, besides being its life member. So we have had a long association with the World Blind Union, and I hope that in the years to come, this association strengthens. We have many similarities with WBU. Like WBU, we believe in empowering the visually impaired individuals through organizations. So we are an organization-based confederation and not a membership-based, individual membership-based. We have 21 affiliates across the country, which are our affiliates, as WBU has affiliates in various regions. We have 21 affiliate organizations in various parts of the country. And through those organizations, we run our project and also serve visually impaired brothers and sisters. Of course, we do run many projects at our headquarters and some projects directly in various parts of the country. We are a 45-year-old organization and have been recognized nationally at various times and on various platforms, and also internationally. We do hope that the time is short and the agenda is full, so I won't take much time. But we do hope that this leadership of the Global South, which is carrying forward, along with, of course, our friends from the Global North, Christina is very much here, Martin is here, others are here. This very unique combination and togetherness and synergy would continue in the years to come. We do hope that in the years to come, WBU will be revitalized further, and we work with new synergy and new energy, and would be able to touch the lives of millions of visually impaired persons at an individual level, not just at a systemic level, but also at an individual level. We do hope that the agenda and the strategic plans for next 4 years would be aimed towards that. As an organization, we are committed to the philosophy and the work of WBU. Our support, full support to the president of WBU and its present leadership. And in anything that we can lend a helping hand, it will be our pleasure and honor and an opportunity for us to contribute our bit to the empowerment of the visually impaired. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our treasurer Alejandro and Mark Workman, our CEO, to take the first agenda item for the day. And I hand over the proceedings to Alejandro.
Buenos días a todos. Es un placer estar aquí con ustedes.
Okay.
De nuevo, buenos días a todos.
Good morning to all.
Es un placer estar aquí con ustedes y empezar esta etapa nueva
It's a pleasure to be here with all of you and to begin this new stage
con esta nueva junta directiva de la UMC.
with this new executive committee of the World Blind Union
Para poder trabajar algo importante que es las finanzas.
to work on something that is very important, which is finances.
Hemos preparado para este punto un presupuesto para el año 2026,
We have prepared for this purpose a budget for the 2026,
el cual nuestro CEO, Mark, nos presentará.
which our CEO, Mark, will present to us now.
Mark Wurman, ok. Quiero compartirles que después del trabajo realizado el día de ayer con el plan estratégico,
After the work that was done yesterday with the strategic plan,
el plan financiero es una base importante del engranaje
the financial plan is an important element of this chain of work
para que este plan pueda realizarse y llegar a feliz término.
to achieve this plan with a successful conclusion.
Hemos realizado algunos cambios y algunas nuevas prácticas,
We have made some changes and some new practices.
como por ejemplo las reuniones más frecuentes
For example, like having more frequent meetings
del Comité de Finanzas,
of the Financial Committee,
ya que estamos claros que debemos siempre estar atentos a la dirección de este comité.
we should always pay close attention to the direction that this committee is heading to.
Basado en los tres pilares,
Based on the three pillars,
que es la búsqueda de financiamiento,
the search for financial resources,
la ejecución según la realidad
the execution according to the reality of the situation,
y la transparencia.
and transparency.
El plan que se va a presentar de presupuesto,
The budget plan that is going to be presented,
espero sea aprobado en esta reunión.
I hope it will be approved in this meeting.
Por lo que empezaremos con este plan
So we will begin with this plan,
presentándoselos.
presenting it to you.
Le cedo la palabra a nuestro CEO,
I pass the word to our CEO,
Mark Wurman.
Mark Workman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is Mark. Thank you to our treasurer. I'll review the budget in just a second, but just to give a bit of context, it is in your inbox. If you have access to email, then you are able to follow along. It's not overly complicated, and this is based on the budget that was presented to the General Assembly, the quadrennial budget. So this is essentially the 2026 budget with some modifications, which I'll review. And this is also, it's important to note, this is a preliminary budget, and that is because the officers have now expressed support for the draft strategic plan. It will, of course, go to EXCO for sort of final approval, but we now have a good idea of the direction of the WBU, and that will allow us to put together a more detailed financial plan. So this budget is likely to change once we fully cost all of the activities around the strategic plan and integrate them. But to give you an idea of the current sort of financial picture or plan for 2026, we wanted to share this preliminary budget. So this was created or recommended for approval on Saturday evening by the Finance Committee. The officers, the table officers then met and are recommending it for your approval as well. It's in the Dropbox folder, so you have access to it there. And I think I will dive in. So I'm going to go through the different line items. They're not that many. So we have a section on revenue. We have a section on expenditures. roughly 8 or so lines in each, and I'll go through them and then give some additional context to try to help you fully understand the picture. So under income or revenue, the top line here is membership dues, and we're budgeting 307,500. This is a roughly consistent near to 300,000. There is a small increase that's built into the dues of 2.5%. And so we're estimating 307,500 to give you an idea. The budget or the document that you have in your inbox provides the 2024 actuals and the 2025 budget along with the 2026 budget. So to give you an idea, the actuals for 2024 were 298,000. So 307 is in that same ballpark. When it comes to donations and fund development, this is where this is a bit of a change from the budget presented to the General Assembly. We had initially budgeted around 30,000. This would be through donations and fundraising, et cetera. The Finance Committee and table officers suggested having a more ambitious budget target, and so it's now 100,000. So moving from 30 to 100 based on the budget that was presented previously. And again, to give you a comparison, it was around 22,000 that we had in 2024. So moving to 100 is a significant jump, but as discussed yesterday, in order to achieve what's in the strategic plan, there will have to be bigger emphasis on fundraising. Core sponsorship. This one is budgeted for 175,000, and I should give just a little bit of context here. So core sponsorship is essentially a program that was introduced some time ago to request funds above and beyond membership fees that were not tied to any specific project. So it became core support and could be used for whatever activity. And there were many members and partners that were generous and contributed, became core sponsors. Around the time that I came into the role, due to the pandemic and changes in where we were receiving funding from, as well as not needing to spend as much over the pandemic, we ended up with quite an amount in the bank that wasn't really allocated. When I say quite an amount, around 700,000 that wasn't allocated to anything. And so through discussions with the table officers and the officers, we decided we would pause sort of aggressively pursuing core sponsorship and instead spend down that funds. The idea being it doesn't make a huge amount of sense to ask for more money when we're not spending what's already in the bank. So that was the thinking for a couple of years. And I will note that some organizations, notably ONCE, did continue to contribute, but it wasn't something we were going out and seeking. We have now reached a point where, especially with the new plan that's in place, that we will need to ramp this up again. And so there will be an effort this year to revise and revitalize that core sponsorship program. And so we've put a fairly large amount as the budget, which is 175,000, as I mentioned. Just a few more here. Interest and miscellaneous income. I won't get into too much detail. That amount is only 6,000. It's not a huge part of the budget, but we do plan to put some money that's not going to be spent into what in Canada are called guaranteed investment certificates. So there's no risk to the investment. The market fluctuations do not affect it, but it's a way of getting a small return on money that you don't plan to spend, as opposed to just letting it sit in a bank and not earning very much. So we budgeted 6,000. We don't plan to put a lot in there, but some money will go in there. Project income. This is essentially funds from organizations like CBM Global, but it doesn't have to be exclusively CBM Global. So funds that are targeted to specific projects. And so we have budgeted 300,000. The one that was presented to the General Assembly was 150, as that is sort of what we are expecting from CBM Global. But again, on Saturday, the decision was made to be more aggressive in the target for that one and to pursue project funding more aggressively this year. So that is now 300,000. I was going to skip this one, but you might see it and you might have questions. So allocated GA revenue, essentially this is where in the year of the GA, we pull money that we have set aside, we pull it out and it becomes revenue. So for 2026, we're not doing that. We're not spending any money on the GA. So there's no revenue that we're pulling out from our deferred revenue accounts. So that's zero, and it would be zero until the next GA. Just one here, scholarships. So we have budgeted 20,000. This year it was a bit higher, but we had not done scholarships in a couple of years. So it could be higher than 20, but the way this works is it's based on funds that are set aside for this purpose. So right now, the scholarship, I say 20,000 is revenue. That's because similar to the General Assembly, we will pull funds out from different accounts in order to spend it as an expense later on. So 20,000 is what we're anticipating pulling out. But again, it zeroes out. So when we get to expenses, you'll see that it's the same number for scholarships. So that is the income. The total is 908,500. I know I've been talking for a little bit, so maybe before expenses, I'll just pause and see if any burning questions on the revenue side of things. If not, then within the next 5 minutes or so, I'll have this finished. So expenditures, officers and executive meetings. We have budgeted 50,000. It's tricky to predict. This one, it does depend on where the meeting's held and how much support is provided by the host organization. So it's hard to predict, but 25,000 per meeting is a fairly decent rule of thumb for it, we think. Project and working groups, we budgeted 25,000. This one is meant to be it's funds that would go towards supporting work of the committees and working groups. So it could be for some type of meeting. It could be if wanted to produce some sort of material, that sort of thing. Again, somewhat harder to predict, but with the new strategic plan, very likely that the working groups will have some expenses associated with them. Staff expenses, that is at 265,000. So this is salaries for several employees, 4 employees. In some cases where we can, we will put salaries in project funding, but that's not always possible. A lot of projects don't want salaries to take up the huge amount. So we have budgeted 265 for that. Other office expenses is the next line, and it's budgeted at 90. This covers things like the audit, the insurance for the organization, equipment, It covers when we pay for services from CNIB for things like finance and HR and IT, those types of backend supports. And so put that at 90. And to give you again a comparison, it was around 74,000 for 2024. So we think 90 with inflation, et cetera, is a decent estimate. Project cost. So this is essentially a mirror of the project income. So basically, if we take in 300,000 as revenue, we expect for the projects. General Assembly. So this one, there is a number associated with this one because each year leading up to the General Assembly, we set aside a portion of our money as an expense. So we're budgeting 60,000. And if you do that 4 years in a row, you end up with 240,000 for the General Assembly. Regional assemblies, this we are not budgeting any for 2026. It's only on this because there was some funding in 2024, but the number for 26 is 0. On the one hand, we don't have any expected regional assemblies, and the support, even if there are regional assemblies, that this group will have to decide if it's something we can support financially. Membership dues waived. There's nothing in 2026, but for people's awareness, we will on occasion invoice someone for membership dues that they don't end up paying. And for accounting purposes, you have to waive those if you do not expect to receive them. And so our budget for the quadrennium for the whole 4 years is around 30,000 is sort of what we expect to have to waive. Very hard to predict, but that's a decent estimate based on past situations. Almost done here. Scholarships, as I mentioned, this just mirrors the revenue side, so it's 20,000. And the last thing is a contingency, which is just putting some money aside in case things go over that we're not anticipating. We also do lose some funds to currency exchange, moving back and forth between Canadian and US. And we are looking at ways to try and minimize that, but it is a reality of operating in 2 currencies that both converting currency and in the exchange rate, you can lose some money. So this also covers that. So it's 30,000 for contingency. So then the total is 840,000, which leaves a surplus of 68,500 based on this particular budget. I will turn it back over to Alejandro, and if people have questions, we can take those as well.
Bueno, pues esta es la presentación del presupuesto 2026.
This is a presentation then of the 2026 budget.
Esperamos tus preguntas o comentarios al respecto.
We're waiting for your questions and commentaries about it, regarding it.
Riccobono. Oh, I didn't know who the yes was for. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I have 3 items, I think.
Tengo 3 things.
So the first is just a caution for all of us, I guess. It makes me a little nervous that we're budgeting for aspirational income. I'm all for being aspirational and aggressive, but in terms of a budget, you know, it would be my preference to budget what we know we can reasonably count on as income for our own planning. So when I look at this, although it shows a positive number, I mean, it looks to me like there's multiple hundred thousands that are aspirational. So I think this is, at least from where we sit today and what we know today, a deficit. So I'm just flagging that as a concern for me. I'm all for the aspiration piece. The second item, I'm just making sure that the translation can keep up, is related to projects. I do encourage us strongly to, make sure that we're putting into our proposals and budgets, staff time. I do well understand the fact that funders are sometimes reluctant to cover staff time, but our staff are an asset to our organization, and they have value, and others should pay for that value that they're getting. So just in terms of our budgeting, I think those are my two comments about the budget. My question is, this budget document shows unrestricted assets. Do we have restricted assets, and can we report on what those are currently?
Did you want me to respond, Alejandro?
Yes, please.
Thanks. For the last question, the restricted assets, there are some, and they are both tied to scholarships. So there is a Hermoine Grant Calhoun Fund, which you may be familiar with, at least the individual, Mr. Riccobono, as it was originally a U.S. person, and a grant was set up in their name. And so the idea is, and it's not a huge amount, it's $35,000 US, and that is invested in these guaranteed income certificates that I mentioned, and whatever income is raised from that is then given in scholarships. And similarly, the Pedro Zaritas Fund is another scholarship. Pedro Zaritas, many will know, was a very long time advocate within the World Blind Union from ONCE, and generously set aside 18,700 for a similar purpose, and he also continues to contribute on a regular basis. And again, that is restricted in that we can't spend that on anything else. It has to go towards the scholarship. So those are the two that are restricted.
So the 20,000 scholarship revenue number is coming from those restricted funds?
Partly, but mostly, and I guess you could think of these as restricted. In our books, they aren't listed
Okay.
as restricted, but the World Braille Foundation existed up until 2018, and it was an organization that Euclid Harry, who many will know as a past president of WBU, was involved in. They decided in 2018 to close their doors as the World Braille Foundation, and because WBU was a Canadian charity and they were a Canadian charity, they were able to transfer their assets to WBU, and so now those are all sitting in investments. Those ones, I will say, are slightly more risky. We did not choose the investments, they were given to us, but it is exposed to the market. And it's in the ballpark of 120,000 US for three different scholarships, and they generate revenue and can be used. But a lot of those decisions we leave in the hands of committees that were established to award those scholarships. So that's also where we can say, okay, we're going to pull 15,000, 20,000 out of the investments, and they become revenue once we do that. And then we give them away in scholarships that the committees make decisions around. And so this year, like I say, it was in the ballpark of 30,000. This year being 2025, it's around 30,000 that was given away in scholarships.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Can I also, if you allow, just to follow up on, and rather try to further clarify the
I would like to
comment
further.
and question
Mhm.
which was raised by our distinguished leader, Mark Likivono. I also would like to, in my understanding, I would like to say that when we talk of unrestricted, we also will do not count in the unrestricted funds the money that we receive from CBM Global for a project. That, because we can't divert this to anything else. It has to be linked with the purpose and the decision of CBM to utilize the money for particular activity or for particular object. So probably that will also, in my understanding, I may be wrong, but in my understanding, that will also go to the restricted side to a great extent. And to answer your you are right that it is aspirational. I 100% see that point. We discussed in the finance committee. What we are aiming is, as we have discussed yesterday as well, how to implement or augment resources for implementing a strategic plan. Then one of the recommendations was, which probably we agreed on, that we would try to request for project funding, which we have not been doing so far, in relation to a particular activity, by mapping out with mapping out the strategic plans of partners and identifying common partner in a given activity or project, so that we are able to implement and also try to overcome the challenge that we are faced with of financial constraints. You are right. We have set very aspirational target. You are 100% right. I do agree. But the choice is whether or not to set an aspirational target. That choice we will have to make. And if we make a choice that we don't have to be aspirational and we have to be a realist, to have a traditional realistic budget based on previous financial situations or receipts that we had, expenses that we incurred, then probably a strategic plan will remain on papers. And as outlined earlier also by our CEO, that for last some years, we decided not to go for fundraising, and therefore we did not try that way. We may not succeed, you're right. We may not succeed, but I am sure that we will not fail 100%. So let us, it's my personal view, after all, you all experienced leaders are here to make a decision and give direction to WBU. I am entirely with you, the direction that you want to give. Let me assure we will walk that path. Thank you very much. Yes, Titi, please.
Okay. I have a number of comments. and some questions as well. I agree of the aspirational style of the budget. Where I see the aspiration is especially in the on the line of core sponsorship. And if I understood correctly, this is not, core sponsorship is not, for example, the CBM, but the core sponsorship is additional requests to our members. But where I don't see so much aspiration is in the project line, which is more or less in the same sort of financial bracket or size than on the previous years. But if we look at the strategic plan we approved yesterday and the number of different kinds of activities there, I think this is where we should be seeing the aspiration, that we see increase in project funding and funding applications to other sources than our own membership. Some of the notes that I wrote down and looking at the numbers is that the rates are really flat in the 2024 actuals. It sort of goes to the level of $1, which is what I'm used to when looking at budgeting. But when looking at the 2025 and 2026 numbers, they round up to hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands or to the level of $500. And I'm just saying that, to me, seeing a budget that is not very precise raises questions of the way that the numbers were created. That are they just some sort of general estimates, or is there actual precise calculations behind them? Looking at the staff row, Mark, you said that there are 4 staff members. We know that there was a 5th one. If I understood correctly yesterday, Harry was working on a consultancy contract. But my question is that is that 5th role, a consultant's role, still included in the 2026 numbers, and where is that? Because we're talking about a full-time consultant working for us, basically as a staff member. It is a substantial sum of money, and then if that's included in the project line, for example, it means that there's less money for actual activities. And that's maybe the comment that I have, is that especially the expenditure side, I would really ask that the financial committee would discuss the way expenses are booked and presented to the officers, because now this current model, while it is clear, it does not make it very easy to follow. For example, the staff expenses, including the consultancies or other possible external consultants that we use, or travel costs, or anything more specific. So it doesn't reflect the actual activities that money is being spent on. Yeah, and then I was just wondering that maybe something also to consider for the finance committee is the creation of a financial plan, because to me the budget that we approve essentially sets the work plan. It sort of goes hand in hand with the annual plan, where the activities for the given year are described. But where there is more room for aspiration is maybe then the financial plan. And this is something we started doing 2 years ago in the European Blind Union, that we have a financial plan for the whole strategic period, and then any decision that we make, for example, opening a branch office, will then be reflected in the financial plan for the coming years. And that sort of shows us that, okay, we are creating a deficit of this and this much. And then that means that when planning for the next year, we will need to focus on this and that kind of fundraising in order to fill that gap. But I think when we are approving a budget that sets the work plan for what we actually plan to do at the office next week, there should be less room for aspiration, and it should be somehow more connected to what actually is happening next week and next month and in 6 months' time. Maybe that's enough for now.
No. Okay.
Ya. No es nada nuevo que el Comité de Finanzas durante el cuatrienio anterior
It's not new that the Finance Committee during the 4 preceding years
no tuvo una constancia en reuniones y en análisis.
didn't have a constancy in meetings and analysis.
Por lo que estos datos que se están presentando
So these facts that are being presented
se basan en la experiencia de la administración.
are based on the experience of the administration.
Claro, el análisis es detallado, pero debemos, para esta reunión, no podemos darlos en detalle.
The analysis is detailed, but for this meeting, we cannot go into all those details closely.
Pero a través de esta nueva forma de trabajo en el área de finanzas,
But with this new way of working in the area of finance,
esperamos poder dar estas respuestas a las preguntas que han planteado.
we hope to be able to answer the question, give answers to the questions that have been posed right now.
Podemos decir que estamos trabajando en base a experiencia,
We can say we are working based on experience,
pero nosotros somos nuevos en el puesto,
but we are new in our positions.
por lo que les podré responder esto más adelante.
So I will be able to answer about these issues further ahead.
Que no sé si Mark nos puede apoyar con esto también.
But I think that maybe Mark will be able to support us with this question, this issue.
Judy,
Uh,
can I ask?
Just a minute, can I?
I have a technical question.
Titi, before, I will allow you, but can I also try to take the issues that you have taken and try to apprise the officers about the discussion and the decision or the way forward which table officers and finance committee decided to address the very valid issues that you raised, Mark Riccibono raised, in order to put things in proper perspective. As I had informed earlier, yesterday, that's in the past, at least we could not find any record of the meetings of the finance committee. We, for the first time after our elections, decided not to do things in a way which is not permissible by the Constitution, which is not participatory. And finances being the most important aspect of any organizational credibility and existence, not to do it at all. So for the first time, we convened a structured, formal finance committee. And before that, as you, Titi, you rightly pointed out about the need for a financial plan. And in fact, Christina, while working the strategic plan, has raised similar concerns about not having a financial plan. So therefore, it is very much on our decision, and it was, I thought we would have informed you earlier when we started this discussion on budget, that we have decided to have a financial plan. We wanted to present it in this meeting, but we postponed it for awaiting the decision on the strategic plan, because you will agree with us, all of you would agree with us, that financial plan and sustainability plan depends on what we want to do. That has to be factored into it. So therefore, we will have, and for this finance committee gave 2 months period to the CEO and treasurer to prepare that financial plan as well as financial sustainability plan, a long term. So for WBU, we are grateful for these very important inputs, and I'm glad that for the first time we are devoting a lot of time on budget separately and finances. So, and we must in every meeting devote a considerable time on our financial situation, our financial risk, financial status, as well as the compliances and other issues related thereto. I think when Mark Riccimuno pointed out about the aspirational budget, he's right. And if we take the TT's input, valuable input, that the budget should not only speak of the figures, but it should be little more specific than general. I entirely agree. Had we done that exercise, I think things would have been clearer and better for you. And we will definitely try to address this and circulate the specific, a budget with a specific head of expenses. And when we say a particular head of revenue or income, whatever you may call it, we will then break down it. How and in what manner, supposing donations, we have put X amount for donation, which is aspirational, I agree. Now we will say, how do we want to reach that? And break down the sources which we are looking at. Similar would be project funding, for instance, and so on and so forth. I think that then that would be a better structured budget, which the donors and partners may probably agree to look into and work with us. So I hope I have tried to address the concerns raised by both of you. Titi, you go ahead with the technical question that you wanted, and then Mohammed, I think he was also raising his hand. After Titi, Mohammed, you are most welcome.
Thank you. My technical question was that it's unclear to me, at least, that who are the members of the finance committee?
Yes, please.
And then I would just repeat the question on the fifth employee, that where do we see his expenses, and are they included in the 2026 numbers?
Oh, yes, that is unanswered. Yes.
And then a third question, I think it would be good that the officers would be informed, maybe in some future meeting, about the financial processes, because we have in the elected positions, we have a treasurer, but in the staff, we don't have a finance officers. I would assume that most of the financial tasks are on Mark's desk, but my understanding is that CNIB is is or has been providing some services as well. So I think it would be good to understand, especially now that we're talking about the structure of the organization and the location of the headquarters, to understand that what is the financial management process, which staff members have a role in the financial management, and how much of an operational role should the officers have. I think usually officers and the treasurer should have a strategic oversight role, but in a small organization that WB is, I think we must not assume too much, but actually discuss openly that what is the division of labor and what are the processes like.
Titi, for your unanswered question, I will give it to Mark, but before I do that, let me also apprise you that we are also aware of the concerns that you are raising about the financial. And let me tell you that we have given the full authority and responsibility to our treasurer, Alejandro, who has been doing and reviewing everything possible and trying to put things in place. And he has done a very good exercise of analyzing our financial situation. That analysis is a beginning point for development of a financial plan. And so insofar as the control and regulating the financial matters, you are right. Largely, we are dependent on CNIB for our accounting, for our auditing, and that is why there are delays in receiving the reports, which is happening now. It was, I am told, it was not happening previously, but I think due to the change in the staff in CNIB, this is happening. But the fact remains that most part of our financial regulation is dependent on the assistance and guidance of CNIB. Of course, Mark, being our CEO, has to supervise and see, and which he does, the manner in which our accounts are to be maintained, the approvals. But I also would like to bring to the notice of the officers, during this process of review of the entire procedure to deal with the financial matters, I realized that the approvals, grant of approvals, for instance, for certain issues that require approvals. Of course, there are two types of financial issues. One, where the salary, for instance, salary, the regular expenses, payment to CNIB, it is the only purpose, it is the only question of counting how many hours of services we have taken. And based on that, whatever is the agreement, we continue to pay. Though the agreement has not been renewed, they are still continuing with the same arrangement which was agreed to. But there are approvals which need to be given. And a matter came to our notice with regard to approval of a particular expense. That was the expense towards the payment of expenses incurred by our by some debit card. What was it, Anina? That payment which ultimately the approval was given by us for the previous expenses, credit card. Some expenses were made by using credit card and which related to the past expenses. And there was no approval. And therefore, we were asked to approve it. Though Martin gave it a little later, I approved it because the office was closing. And the CNIB was wanting it to be submitted to them, rightly so. And Treasurer was very vigilant to point this out to me and seek my decision on it. That's one example that came to my notice. So you are right, we need to put the procedures in place. It's not the question of an individual or an officer. I mean, there should be a procedure, set procedure, which we don't have, unfortunately. And I think as a part of the financial plan, we need to also have a section on the procedures. Thank you. Now I hand it over to Mark for unanswered query of TT, which related to the office. What was it, TT? Okay.
Thank you. For the employee question, in 2025, the staff person in question, the Human Rights and Policy Advisor, was funded through the CBM project. And so if we were to contemplate having a similar role, then likely it would come through CBM again in 2026. Finance Committee membership is the Treasurer as the chair, the President, the first Vice President. Those are the 3 members of the committee. You asked about sort of the numbers themselves and rounding, et cetera. I mean, I think there's just different ways of doing this. I mean, in my time doing budgets with different organizations, it's pretty common. You wouldn't say $967.33. You'd say 1,000 is the budget. When you do the actuals, like then you're talking about the actual numbers, but you know, people have different perspectives on it. In my experience, that's pretty standard, is that you would have round numbers for the budget and precise numbers for the actuals. You also had a question around being able to more specifically track document for that. On December 6th. So they have those, and that's where you can get more precise numbers on exactly where, you know, funding is being spent, et cetera. And then I think there may be an approval, so I think it's worth taking 30 seconds to explain what happened. So, you know, expenses and budgeting and that sort of thing. If one of my staff incurs an expense, then it comes to me, and we have it set up so that I approve those ahead of time and after the fact. If I incur an expense, I can't review my own expense, right? It has to go to someone. But that doesn't mean I seek approval beforehand for every dollar that's spent. That's what the budget is for, right? Like I will, if I spend something on the credit card, it has to be reviewed by someone as an auditing sort of process, as an oversight process, not as an approval process. That's how this works and has worked in every organization that I've been a part of. And so that's what happened, is there were expenses that were accumulated over the course of basically 2025 for various events, travel, per diems, et cetera. And those were shared with thorough backup, receipts on everything, detailed explanations, et cetera. But Alejandro, as I understand it, didn't feel comfortable approving, so they were sent to SK. So I just want to be clear that like the idea isn't that every dollar that is spent is approved ahead of time. The idea is that every dollar that is spent has oversight attached to it. And that's what we have as a process.
Just to clarify for when I said approvals or TT meant approval, it was in fact in a sense that if the procedures would have been there, for instance, and this would have also included that, for instance, CEO's expenses. Nobody is questioning those expenses. The issue is if it has to be transparent, and someone, as Mark has rightly pointed out, for other stuff he has oversight, but when it comes to his expenses, the someone, and who is that someone? President. So, or treasurer. It should be treasurer rather, not the president either, because he is the chair or she is the chair of the finance committee. And had there been a procedure already laid out, this problem would not have arisen. The treasurer for that period was in Canada. I know president is in New Zealand, but at least treasurer was in Canada. So this could have easily been done. That's what we are trying to point out in the interest of transparency and in the interest of established procedures. And that is probably what TT is pointing at. But let me assure, let's not waste our time what happened and what did not happen. We have to look forward, and we assure the officers that we all table officers are in total agreement that for everything we will have a set procedure. We will be very transparent. We will report everything, whether it is a success or failure, to all of you. And we will report timely, not belatedly. So I think that would satisfy TT you, or we can have further discussion with you for your guidance. We are open. We want the guidance of everyone here so that we proceed on a right track in a transparent manner and work effectively. Yes, Mohammed, you wanted to say something.
Good morning, everybody. Financial issue is a very critical issue. I'm not going to go into expenses or incomes, but I would like to see a new policy of the new treasurer, for example, to see how to bring more support, more financial support to our organization, and how to spend, how to use that money, because it is good to use money, but to know how to use it and to make it more efficient. We need to seek for new ideas how to bring more partners. For example, we can be connected with the companies so as to use our image, the World Blind Union to bring some more money. And also to see the possibility to establish some accord with them so as to give us special rates in order not to be, that a lot of money is spent on tickets. If ever we establish some accord or some understanding with these companies, big companies like Qatar Airways or Emirates or other, I don't. Yeah, I think that we need to have a new horizons for this issue of money and financial matters. Thank you.
Any other? Alejandro, invite other comment.
Ok, estamos pues estudiando la posibilidad.
We are studying the possibility of,
Creo que esto también se va a tratar en más adelante
we are going to discuss this further ahead
sobre el análisis de la recaudación a través de las cuotas a socios.
with the analysis of the renovation of membership quotas.
Además, queremos también hacer nuevos contactos o el contacto que se terminó con algunos socios.
We also want to establish contacts or reestablish contacts with partners that were stopped,
Sean reanudados para que pues podamos seguir siendo socios en la parte financiera.
so that we can continue being partners in financial questions, matters.
Esto es un trabajo que tenemos que realizar a detalle y con bastante atino.
We have to do this work with a lot of detail and employing a lot of effort.
Les quiero contar que el análisis de este rubro
The analysis of this group
ha sido pues detallado y necesitamos también no solo conocer,
has been detailed, and we also need not only to know,
sino también reflejar qué vamos a hacer con los patrocinios perdidos.
reflect what are we going to do about the lost sponsorship.
El plan estratégico aporta formas de poder tener nuevos patrocinadores.
The strategic plan points to some new ways of getting new sponsorship.
Pero debemos, en primer lugar, conocerlos y después actuar al respecto.
But firstly, we have to get to know who they are and then take some action in regarding to that.
La experiencia
You first have to know and understand the process
para poder actuar.
in order to be able to act.
Y esperamos que se realice de esa manera.
And we hope that it will be done in this fashion.
Claro, al tener financiamiento también es importante
Having finance, when having finance, it's also important that
cómo lo vamos a gastar
to think about how we are going to spend it,
y que no nos suceda como en el cuatrienio anterior,
and so that it does not happen as it happened in the four preceding years,
que no gastamos.
in which we did not expend.
Definitivamente como asociación no lucrativa,
As a non-lucrative association, non-profit association,
no debemos tener excedentes altos.
but
No debemos tener excedentes altos.
we should not have excess income. No, pardon, surplus. We should not have high surpluses.
Ok, pues en nuestra gestión vamos a tratar de trabajarlo ecuánimente.
We are going to, during our work, we are going to try to do this.
Parejo, ecuánime.
In an equanimous, in an equal manner.
Por eso creo que este presupuesto va a estar flexible durante el tiempo que vayamos reconociendo cómo trabajar.
So this budget will be flexible along the time that we will be working on it.
Como decía el señor presidente,
As the President said,
ya no vamos a ver lo que pasó, sino qué vamos a hacer para corregir.
we're not going to spend time looking at what happened, but look ahead to see what we're going to do to correct.
Espero que nos den la oportunidad de poder hacerlo
I hope that you will grant us the chance of doing this
y ver los resultados posteriores.
and see the results that will come out of it. No entendí. Could you speak in the microphone, please? We did not hear.
Yes, Alejandro, please put the budget for approval, subject to the suggestions made.
Yes, este presupuesto que se está presentando,
This budget that is being presented,
lo ponemos a aprobación de todos.
we are presenting it now here for approval by all.
Ya que como les indicaba, lo hemos tomado y creemos que lo podemos realizar, por lo que necesitamos que ustedes lo aprueben.
So we have developed it, and therefore we need to have your approval for it.
Riccobono moves.
¿Están de acuerdo con el presupuesto, sabiendo que pues puede ser flexible en el futuro?
Are you in agreement with this budget, being
Yes,
aware,
Mark
being,
Riccobono moved it
I'm
for
moving,
approval
moving the budget as presented.
as presented, subject to further,
that
Yeah.
it is flexible? such as
subject
it is
Exactly.
to
That's
further
what the
modification
president
as
said.
per the suggestions made. Right?
You got it, Mr. President.
Yes. And
No,
who seconds it? TT seconds it. So, any dissension?
Again,
If none, those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say no. Ayes have it, ayes have it. The budget is approved. The resolution is budget for the year 2026 as presented is approved, subject to the modification as per suggestions made and the expenses authorized as per the budget. Thank you very much.
Riccobono?
Yes, please.
Just real quick suggestion that maybe in the future that the budget also show what our restricted assets are, just so we have a full financial picture. But second, just want to really express appreciation for our CEO and Finance Committee in putting the budget together.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's tea time. Tea's here. Okay, so
I
we
think-
will,
Gladys has a question, I think, a comment to make.
yes, who?
Gladys?
Oh, yes, Gladys, sorry, yes. Please go
Hola.
ahead.
Hello,
Bueno, yo quiero dirigirme a ustedes
I would like to address you
para dar una sugerencia
to give a suggestion.
que considero que es sumamente importante
I think it's very important
para el buen funcionamiento administrativo
for a good administrative function,
y que no quede ninguna duda y que todo esté debidamente establecido.
so that there are no doubts and everything is clearly established.
Considero que se debería de trabajar
I think we should work
en elaborar un protocolo o manual
in preparing a protocol or manual
de procedimientos administrativos.
of administrative processes.
Será un documento que será un documento que sirve de guía y donde todo el procedimiento quede registrado y que sigamos ese protocolo.
It would be a guide that in which all the procedures are recorded, are established, and allow us to follow the protocols.
También quiero agregar algo que no quisiera dejarlo.
I would like to also add one thing that I would not like to leave out.
Creo que, y estoy convencida que es importante que el tesorero, quien es parte directa involucrada en la parte financiera,
And I think it's important to point out that our treasurer, who is directly involved in the financial issues,
sea quien igual apruebe o desapruebe o dé el visto bueno de gastos, como se mencionó en una de las intervenciones,
who approves or disapproves expenses, as was mentioned in some of the interventions of people, of persons here,
ya sea de empleados o de quien corresponda, pero creo que sí es sumamente importante que pase por el visto bueno de tesorería.
and it's, I think, important that it pass through review by the treasurer.
Gracias por la oportunidad. Sí, realmente quería expresar esto.
Thank you for the opportunity. I thought I really needed to state this comment.
Cristina,
Alejandro.
yes. May I? Doesn't work, no? Right. Thank you, Gladys. I endorse your suggestions. And I think that if you agree, we have to make it as an agreement, not a suggestion. If all of you are agree, it has to be reflected in the minutes as an agreement, because I think they are very important.
The manual part, right?
The manual part.
Manual suggestion with regard to manual
Yes.
or guiding document for procedures, not only in relation to finances, administration, and so on and so forth. Are we all in agreement with it?
Sí.
Yeah. Any dissension? If there are any dissension, I would allow that speaker officer to tell us if and why he has a different opinion. There are none. So I think let us resolve that the table officers are directed by this meeting to proceed for preparation of a guiding document, laying down procedures for dealing with all matters relating to administration, finances, as well as overall governance of WBU. And we in fact, in strategic plan, we have already agreed to have a governance committee, and probably this task could be better allocated to that governance committee, if you agree. Okay. So no dissensions. We pass it. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say no. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. We pass this resolution unanimously. Now enjoy your tea.
Break.
Vamos.
going to proceed to the next agenda item, which is presentation of regional reports. These are very important. From these reports, we will be able to know what is happening in each region, what are the challenges, and from that we can cull out the common challenges and try to address them at global level. And also the manner in which we have to strengthen our relationship, cohesiveness with regions and their activities from global level to the regional level and down to the membership level, country level. So permit me to start the presentation of regional reports. And first in this, I would request our Honorable President of Asia Pacific region, Apple, who would be presenting the regional report as the president of Asia Pacific. After her election, I think it would be her first report before the officers of WBU. I request Apple, you to present your report, though the same has been circulated, but it's always better to hear from our Honorable President, the leader from the region.
Hello.
Go ahead. You are audible.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. And now I'm going to present about the happening since last September. Okay. There will be 3 parts. The first one, regional administrations. The first one is and over the information from the previous to the current office holders, like the mailing list, and this is to ensure the smooth communication, and also with the regional committees. Now,
regions like in Pacific Oceania and in the East region. Now is on process of selecting the share. Okay, and we manage with to find the members joining the WBU here, like in the committees, subcommittees on constitution, nomination, so on and so forth. And now we are working on assembly by developing the call for nominations. And we hope to be able to make it by the middle of this year that we can distribute this call and to get them enough time to prepare for the upcoming meeting next year. Thank you so much. These are all our progress so far.
Thank you, Apple, for this wonderful work that you, in the short time period after your election, have undertaken and have discharged your duties as President of Asia Pacific. Our best wishes to you for all your future initiatives. Could I also inform you that as the President of Asia Pacific, you can play a vital role in UNESCAP, and they have a task force. You would be knowing that. And their WBU was and had remained represented. I was fortunate enough to be associated with this as president of ABU. And in Michiko's time, she was also along with me participating in those activities. So here, though President ABU is not here, but Secretary General Dr. Vimal Kumar Dengla is here. I think you both, ABU and you as President of Asia Pacific, should proactively participate in UNESCAP initiatives on disability. Now, next, may I request Mohammed, Honorable President of AFOB, to present his report.
Right. Good morning again, friends and colleagues. Just after our board meeting in Madrid, I came back. We came back and we organized a workshop for blind women in Africa, to which 18 ladies were selected to participate in this forum from all over Africa, regardless of their linguistic area. And 18 ladies also were invited from Morocco. And plus the board members were also present at this event. After this workshop, we established a committee headed by two gentlemen, a young lady specialized in ICT and an engineer in ICT who is based now in France. Now they are training these ladies how to use the new technology in Africa. Our next project is to organize the same thing for youth. We are going to bring as many young people to our next meeting. We were going to organize it before the General Assembly, but of WBU, but with the General Assembly, we could not, and we are looking forward to organize it in this before June. Also, we are still continuing our partnership and with the Moroccan government. They are ensuring an annual budget for AFUB. And when we organize the meeting of the youth, we are going also to go to do the same thing which we are doing now with the ladies. Also we resumed our collaboration and partnership with our old partners in ABP, and we are looking forward to see with SRF also how to resume its relationship and partnership with AFUB. And also we are looking for other partners either in Morocco or elsewhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Any questions? I'm sorry, any questions, comments on Asia Pacific and AFUB reports?
Tuti?
Yes, please.
I have a question to Mohammed about the youth inclusion. My understanding is that there is also an organization for African young persons who are blind and partially sighted. I can't remember the name of the organization, but I think it's led by Nina from Ghana. So I was just wondering, is that organization a member of AFUB, or does AFUB cooperate with them?
Yeah, AFUB is a region, not as I'm talking on AFUB as a region, not as our organization.
But are they member from Ghana, that organization? That's what she wanted to know. Okay. Okay. They have a youth committee, Titi.
Yeah, we have a youth committee, in AFUB, and also we have a youth committee in Morocco.
So in any case, are you having any contact or relationship or engagement with this organization which Titi was pointing out?
Yeah, of course. We have
Nina.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay, she chairs the committee.
Yeah,
Okay. No, Mark and you are telling me that she chairs that committee. Okay. Yes,
we were preparing the forum for women.
No problem. No.
The women chairperson was involved, and she was presiding over.
Okay.
Yes. And
Good.
we are going to do the same thing with the women. We are not going to take the place of.
Good. That's what her question was. We are glad that you are that she's the chair. Oh, good.
So people noted that the youth has a representation on the board of AFUB.
AFUB. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Now. Titi, Honorable President, EBU, your turn, please. May I request you?
Yes.
And be ready for questions.
In EBU in 2025, we have two big sort of internal processes, or at least two. One of them was that we applied for the next 3-year funding from the European Commission, which covers roughly 70 to 75% of our funding. So it is crucial. We were quite nervous because the funding call was rather late, and the European Commission budget comes to an end in 2027. So we were afraid that the available funding might be only for 2 years, and due to European funding being heavily geared towards defense and military purposes currently, we were also concerned that there might be less money available. but we were happy to be wrong in this respect, that they opened the call for 3 years, and we were lucky enough to secure a funding that is more or less the amount we applied for, which is great news. In the autumn, we also conducted a midterm review of our strategy to get feedback and guidance on where to focus in the last year and a half or 2 years. So that was a major exercise involving a lot of our members, both member organizations, but then staff and others as well. This year that has started now, our big endeavor is to finally open our branch office in Brussels. This was also covered by the funding received, and we are looking to hire a new person, a junior advocacy officer in Brussels, and we are also looking into hiring a second person who is blind or partially sighted. So from our current staff, only our CEO lives with a visual impairment, and we think that we need to find more people who have lived experience, and that also then pushes us to develop organizational processes, because we don't have any policy on reasonable accommodation and the provisions that we give if a person requires, for example, assistance or some other types of reasonable accommodation. So there's internal work to do on that. Advocacy-wise, we are working on a campaign on accessible household appliances, because that's an increasingly big issue, that people find more and more barriers inside the home using home electronics like stoves or washing machines and things like this. And it looks like no matter the topic, be it these or be it Avas with silent cars, we keep bumping into standardization. So not so much about political decision making and the processes that we are familiar with, but we are challenged the work of standards in order then to create more impact into policies as well. I think that's probably all. I also have a request, because as you know, that there are financial constraints and sanctions inside our union due to the geopolitical situation. We have been approaching some of our members who have outstanding membership dues, and one of these countries is Belarus. It took us years to get in touch with them, but now we have established that contact, and they are keen to remain with us, but are unable to pay their membership fees due to the banking sanctions and restrictions inside Europe currently. So my question is that I know that WBU has been able to receive some membership dues through third parties or other WBU members, and I would be interested to discuss with anybody, any organization that might be able to help with our issue. If our member from Belarus could pay their membership dues via another non-European WBU member, that would be greatly appreciated and beneficial. So if anybody's interested, you can just chase me up and
yes.
Yeah. I think that's all.
I promised you that I will be there. So, though President should not, but I am doing that as a colleague and friend of yours. Two things that I wanted to say. First, to offer the support in transferring the membership of Belarus to WBU. My organization will do that, and you may proceed in that way with them, and I will also get in touch with them. So that's one. The second, I don't remember whether I also shared that mail with you, but if I have not, I will do that. There is I received some mail about some transport congress, right, which is scheduled in 2026. I think it is in June or somewhere in Germany. So, and our organization in Germany is in advocating for silent car on silent car issues. So I think you may consider, along with both these organizations of ours, to participate, somebody to participate in it. And I think that could probably be, in my understanding, a good platform for taking our advocacy forward on that issue. So that's all. Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to? Yeah, please. You're Deborah.
Sure. I just want to find out from Titi if could explore the possibility of a joint EU funding application, because in Africa, I think some countries formed a consortium and they had a very huge support from EU. So if we work with EBU, is it not a possibility that support from EU?
If I may answer? Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the offer, solving the matter with Belarus. Regarding the transport conference, I think it's organized in Leipzig in Germany. I have forwarded, I think, at least twice the invitation to our German member, but I have not heard back, but I will follow up. I think the matter of Avas, as you know, there has been a memorandum of understanding. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that has been signed by all the parties by now, but I think even the MOU only covered activities and funding commitments from EBU and WBU until the end of 2025. So we are again in the situation where there is work ahead, but no funding secured. And also where the expertise lies, first of all, with two national members, but even within those organizations, at least from our European edge, I can say that the expertise is really in the hands of an individual or few individuals. And I think this is a good example where we could explore together, create a project plan and apply for funding, because, for example, the car manufacturers have typically a foundation, each of them, that give out funding for different purposes. And while I do understand that funding advocacy work with an external donor, that is an interest group in itself, it requires care. I clearly marked plots of work that we could turn into a project plan. And I also think that we would need a project group or a working group to work on this in order to improve communication between all parties and to ensure that the expertise is not in single individuals, because that's very vulnerable. Our global advocacy cannot be in the hands of one or two people. So I think we need to do something regarding Avas. I will ask about the transport conference, but I think the challenge is that not a single organization currently, well, can't speak on behalf of NFB from the US, but I think EBU has no budget line for Avas. WBU, to my understanding, has no budget line. The German member has a very committed staff member in this field, but there is no allocated budget line either. So I don't know her or their analysis on the transport conference, but attending such a conference already requires some budget. So I think we need to somehow work on a project plan and a work plan, and define what is it that we want to get out of this. Because my understanding is that on the UN level, the process is never ending, that you gain something and then you sort of need to monitor that for forever. The outcomes can be lost anytime, but we cannot commit to, you know, the next 100 years and then base the activities and the budget on that. Yeah, sorry for the translation.
Mark Riquibono, could you please on this Awas?
If I may
Yeah,
still
please.
answer to your
Sorry.
yeah, on the
After
European
that,
funding.
Mark, please.
I think there definitely is, if there is an interest, a shared interest on a topic and piece of work that fits both EBU's strategy and WBU's or any other member organization strategy, I think there is interest to apply for funding together. But it needs to come from the shared strategic interest. But yeah, for sure, we can discuss on this.
Yes, Mark, would you please?
Well, I agree that there's potential to get a project funded here, and maybe one of the aspects of that project could be putting together a training for WBU member organizations about the history and evolution of advocacy on this issue and standards in various countries where they've been established. So this seems like something that would be very fundable, and, you know, to the point, this was not necessarily something specifically projected in the budget, so we should consider that. Again, we're sending someone to the meeting that's coming up in February on this issue at our expense, but I do think a comprehensive project plan for WBU on this topic would be good, and I do think there are some potential funders out there for it.
Thank you. So I think CEO and our German organization and Mark Riquibono and NAB USA could help us in developing that project, and then we can take it forward, because this definitely, maybe today it concerns the developed countries, but ultimately in developing countries also this is being fast introduced, so very rapidly introduced. So same concerns, same challenges on safety aspect would arise then, particularly in the country like India, where you have a lot of population, the non-observance of road rules and so on, traffic rules and so on and so forth. So I would request that way forward. And for yours proposal, let AFO, YAW and TT take the discussion forward. And if something concrete emerges, then I think it would be a good example. Now, may I now go to and request? Oh, sorry, Dipen Manochaji, sorry.
Two things. One, of course, is I think you've just covered before I started speaking, that my observation somehow sitting and as an observer came to as if the silent car is an issue only existing in Europe or US. I think it needs to be acknowledged that this problem is now in all the regions. So there is definitely a need. saying with my own experience because I just bought an electric car which is silent completely and no option of adding sound to it. So even if I want to put on the sound on it, I just can't because there's no rules. The standards do not comply. I mean, there's nothing to say that address this issue in the standards that prevail in India on electric cars. So yes, this is a big issue, big problem, and increasing the risks for persons with blindness on the roads. Uh, the second one, my extremely great appreciation for your comment on the standardization. I think that's another issue where all the regions, I think, need to take on that very, very important clue from what you just said about from the European region. Um, we have been concentrating a lot on legislations, but standards do play an extremely important role in addressing these issues. And of course, DAISY Consortium is a standardization body itself. So we do appreciate this acknowledgement, and we hope that in other regions also, DAISY Consortium and the World Blind Union regions can work together in advocacy involved with standards. And the last one, I think there are many more good practices which need to be acknowledged and replicated, I guess, to show the direction. And I'm just referring to the European Accessibility Act. It has not yet been mentioned in this meeting, but this is just my suggestion that a serious consideration need to be given to study the Accessibility Act and its impact and how that um, good practice and the pitfalls that currently European Accessibility Act is facing can be also be taken into consideration in terms of its replication in other regions for us. Thank you.
Thank you for those very valuable inputs, Dipenji. Now, I would like to request our President, Honorable President from North American Caribbean region, Mark Ricky Bono. Please, you may present the highlights of your report.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will say that we did not submit a written report because, well, it seems like the General Assembly was yesterday. But we're also kind of getting back on our feet. For those of you who were at the office for a period of transition in our region with our past president, Kim Charlson, who because of health reasons had to step down. We've had a lot of changes in the region. And so I have jumped in with both feet and arms to the effort. So I will say these things. First of all, we continue to, and in this quadrennium, will be concerned with raising the membership involvement from the Caribbean region, a portion of our region. This has been a constant struggle for our region, and we've had success in more recent years, but this is definitely going to be a focus for us, and we're going to be spending a lot of energy on that. Also, our region has not met in person since before the pandemic. So we're planning to have our first in-person meeting. I think the virtual meetings have been somewhat useful, but also have held us back in terms of real collaboration. So we have a meeting coming up in April where we will be in person and together. The last thing I'd say is that our region recognizes that we play an important role in global accessibility as it relates to technology, because many of the global technology players are based in our region. So we've been having some conversations about that and making sure that we're coordinating, starting within our region, to make sure that we're raising issues that are, really relevant and helpful. One example is that at least in our region, there has been a lot of energy and interest by blind people in the wearable that's made by Meta. It's a pair of glasses that allows you to speak to it and ask it questions and have it identify things. It wasn't a device that was built to benefit blind people, but they've kind of accidentally fallen into that. So just as an example, you can buy them in the US, no problem. When you go on vacation to the Caribbean, you may take them with you, but the Caribbean is geo-fenced off, depending on where you go, from being able to utilize the services that are on the device. So that's a conversation we've had with Meta, and continuing to talk with these tech companies about this. So we feel some responsibility and are prepared to coordinate with other regions around these technology issues, because we know we tend to have some of the deepest contacts with some of these companies that are especially based in our region. So, Mr. President, I think that's what I would report.
Thank you, Mr. President, NEC. Are there any questions to Mark? If none, I would like to submit for consideration of Ricky Bono that when while we take your generous offer, I would like to suggest to consider whether something could be done as an activity to have a dialogue between technology developers and you as a representative of WBU, to see how we can make newer technologies available and affordable costs, at affordable costs in developing and least developed countries. And what could be, can I first complete, Martin? I will just give you floor. And what could be the mechanism for such activity? I think that would, because wherever I talk in the regions which have a large number of developing and least developed countries, the issue of technology comes in, which have, the issues are three, in fact, in terms of technology. As I said, availability, affordability, and third one is the training and after-sale services. So that's for your consideration. If you could, it would be a great service if we could work out some kind of platform, a mechanism and a platform.
Yeah, well, I'd be pleased to help try to figure that out. It's a global problem, and even in our region, training is a real issue, because even if blind people can get the technology, getting non-visual specific training on its use is rare, very rare. And then when you go down to the level of, say, youth, all of the training materials that exist are based on adult learning, not on how youth learn, right? So there are definitely a lot of global issues here, and I don't have all the answers, but would be happy to help make those connections. I think it's a great area of focus for WBU.
Martine here. Just to remind people that technology fits under Impact 5, which Mansoor and I am sorting out with the help of Christina. So instead of creating another activity stream, it will be good if Mark Riccobono, if our work links closely with what you're doing, and that we enclose you and your organization in the committees and working groups that has been proposed, so that we don't double up. Thank you.
Yes. Is that what I wanted to say? I think you, Mark, will be more helpful leading Impact 5. And yes, after
You're gonna move me from 2?
yes,
Okay.
and also yesterday I had the opportunity to speak with Apple, and she's also she knows very much about IT. She's an expert in IT, so the rest are agree. It would be a good idea that Apple and you co-lead Impact 5. So we need to make some changes.
Yes. As you propose, I think everybody, and certainly we need the help and
Yes.
active participation and guidance from Mark Riccobono in this Impact Area 5.
Apple, are you agree? Would you like to change to Impact 5?
Mark,
And Mark?
she is seeking your consent. No, I know. I heard you saying that. We consider for 2, but please accept our request for 5. Okay.
I'm happy to
With
move.
the reservation that you have expressed. That.
Yeah, I'm happy to move. I'm happy to move to 5. I'm just saying I can't. Although I would love to serve an Impact 2, I can't do both. So I'm happy to.
I
do
know.
both.
You have, yeah. So, yes. Yeah, please, why not? Please go ahead. Okay.
I just want to check, I'm still on 5?
Yeah.
Thank you. So
You would be leading, co-lead will be Mark Riccobono instead of Mansoor.
Apple.
Oh, sorry, Apple. Okay.
okay, so just
And so it could be 3, no problem.
no, that's
Let Apple, Mark Riccobono be co-lead, you as lead, and Apple.
But I would like to hear Apple because
Yes, please.
Apple.
Oh, yes.
Yes, because I'm the same as Mark. I can do like both, and also, yes.
Okay.
If you want.
Okay. Good.
Um,
Good. So you remain in both.
Yeah.
You also join in this
Yeah, and also.
Impact 5, in addition to your impact area.
And yeah.
You can't touch her. Okay. Oh, sorry. I missed you. I misunderstood you.
So Iska, I just want to check, we're going to move Mansoor, and Impact 5 is myself, Riccobono, and Apple?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. We will see. We will have to rework on that.
Yeah.
And we will report you. We will report to you
Yes.
after lunch. Let me and then seek your approval, because let us discuss with Christina. Okay. But the changes to Impact 5, we seek your approval, the approval of the officers. by including Mark Ricky Bono and Apple in place of Mansoor? Because in any case, he is also not present here. So we will have to see. Yes.
Chair,
So do
one-
we?
one more
Yeah.
small comment.
Yeah. Yes, Dependra.
Just to add the fourth dimension, you mentioned 3 dimensions for technology issues.
Yes.
One very critical dimension to add to, just to bring it to the records, is the support for national and official languages.
Okay. Yes, you are
So
right.
I think that
You are
is a
right. You are
very
right.
critical issue.
Yes, please
Very
make a note of it for the the Impact 5 lead group to take into account. So now may I request Honorable President Ulak Gladys, please, to present your report.
Hola.
Hello,
Bueno, trataré de ser breve
I will try to be brief
para dar a conocer distintas acciones que hemos realizado en la Unión Latinoamericana de Ciegos.
to let you know what the different actions that we have carried out in the Latin American Union.
Lo haré a partir después de nuestra reunión en Madrid, que fue en el mes de mayo de 2025.
I will do it starting from our meeting in Madrid in 2025 in May, the month of May,
A la fecha, a esta fecha.
and until today.
Bien, como ULAC hemos realizado la firma, hemos hecho la firma de 2 convenios,
We have,
3 convenios con 3 universidades
we have signed agreements with 3 universities
en la Ciudad de México con la Universidad Tecnológica y con la UNAM y en Honduras con la Metropolitana.
in Mexico, in the capital, Mexico, and in Honduras with the Metropolitan University.
Estos convenios, así en términos generales, es el apoyo en temas de investigación y por parte nuestra también en poder apoyar u orientar en materia de accesibilidad y poder,
These agreements are in regard to research, especially in the questions of accessibility.
y bueno, también enfocándonos en la parte de derechos humanos.
And focusing in human rights.
También hemos llevado a cabo una acción que para nosotros es fundamental.
We have also carried out an action that for us is fundamental.
Es una acción que llamamos Nuestras Voces.
It's an action that we call Our Voices.
Es una acción donde nos hemos acercado a nuestras organizaciones afiliadas a la Unión Latinoamericana de Ciegos,
It's an action in which we have gotten close to our affiliated organizations at ULAC,
donde buscamos fortalecer el sentido de pertenencia, ser una ULAC cercana a nuestras afiliadas,
we are seeking to be promote a feeling of closeness, of being close to our affiliates,
conociendo sus realidades y, por supuesto, en qué ULAC puede acompañar para que ellos puedan sentirse representados, identificados con nuestra unión. Es mantener esa motivación, esa cercanía.
and to getting to know the realities of these organizations and be able to make them feel that they're being heard of, understood, and taking into account our realities.
También hemos tenido distintos espacios de formación
We have had also various spaces for training
con mujeres,
with women,
en coordinación también con nuestra Secretaría Especializada de Rehabilitación, que hemos
in coordination with our Committee on Rehabilitation.
Hemos tenido un proceso de formación en la región centroamericana y el Caribe
We have had a training process in the Latin America and Caribbean
sobre nuestro manual de rehabilitación
on our rehabilitation manual
dirigido a técnicos, a profesionales que trabajan en ese tema.
with professionals that are specialized in this area.
También algo muy bueno, muy alegre,
Something very happy, very joyful.
es que nosotros en el mes de noviembre, el 15 de noviembre, celebramos nuestro 40 aniversario
On the 15th of November, we celebrated our anniversary, our birthday,
y lo hicimos en Argentina
and we did this in Argentina
junto a nuestras organizaciones de ese país.
together with our organizations in that country.
Fue un espacio muy ameno, fue un espacio donde conversamos de distintos temas, tanto en empleo, derechos humanos, educación, rehabilitación, en todo lo que ULAC ha trabajado durante estos 40 años.
It was a very pleasant meeting, meeting in which we talked about various issues relating to rights, human rights, rehabilitation.
También, como todos saben, la asamblea de la UMC se realizó en nuestra región y participó activamente la mayoría de países, de 19 países, 16. Ok, decía que como todos ustedes saben, la asamblea de la UMC se realizó en nuestra región
Okay. The General Assembly of the World Blind Union was held in our region,
y estuve participando activamente
and we were actively participating.
de 19 países, participaron 16,
Out of 19 countries, 16 were present,
un buen número,
which is a very good number.
y esperamos mantener nuestra región bastante activa para que podamos fortalecer a la UMC.
And we hope to engage our whole region to be actively participant to help the World Blind Union.
También hemos realizado nuestros comunicados, nuestros posicionamientos en fechas conmemorativas.
We also have carried out our messaging in the medias regarding during commemorations on the issue of disability, blindness and blindness issues,
Como ser el Día del Bastón, el Día Mundial del Bastón y otras fechas que todos conocemos.
like the White Cane Day and other commemorative days that we all know.
Y hemos tenido una presencia masiva en nuestras redes sociales.
And we have been massively present in our social networks.
Y bueno, para este año que estamos iniciando, también ya contamos con nuestro plan de acción que se deriva de nuestro plan estratégico
We also have an action plan for this beginning year that is issued from our strategic plan
para poder trabajar ordenadamente, activamente en este 2026.
to work actively and organized in this year of 2026.
Distintas secretarías especializadas que cuenta la ULAC estatutariamente, distintas secretarías con las que ULAC cuenta,
The different secretariats with which ULAC is able to count on
estatutariamente
according to our statutes.
en este periodo de gobierno se han mantenido bastante activas, trabajando con referentes en cada temática.
They have been very active with all the issues we get into each committee, each area, specific area that they're responsible for.
También como región hemos implementado el trabajo de cambio climático en
Así
este
es.
tema, nos hemos involucrado
As a region, we have also been engaged in climate change.
y esperamos en este año y en los que han de venir todo el apoyo de la UMC en generar proyectos para nuestra región y que podamos seguir trabajando y creciendo en procesos de incidencia.
And we are looking forward to the support of the World Bank Union for our region to continue growing.
Bueno, no quiero alargarme mucho, así que he tratado de puntualizar algunas cosas. Gracias.
I didn't want to extend myself too much, so I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Gladys, for this detailed report and good work. Are there any questions, comments on Gladys' report? You, Christina? No, okay. Anyone? If none, I think now we go to the next agenda item, and which is a review of General Assembly. And I have been assigned this responsibility of conducting this session. I will be very brief. I will only apprise you about the process that we have undertaken for reviewing the entire process of convening General Assembly, beginning from issuance of bid document, submission of bid document, analysis of bid document, final selection of the venue or host organization, mechanism in place for coordination between global body host organization, where establishment of various committees and their functionings related to General Assembly, such as nomination committee, credentials committee, program committee, the timelines for issuance of communications, procedures for registration, and local logistics. So for this, a task force was created, and I am heading that task force. And we have had a meeting, online meeting of this task force, where the members of the task force identified certain areas of concern and for improvement based on the experience and analysis of our General Assembly at Sao Paulo. We would start the areas identified for redressal and better better mechanism include: one, the clear role and responsibilities to be defined between the coordinating body at global level or organization committee at global level and the organization committee at the host level, clearly defining the responsibility, what the host organization is supposed to do and commits to do, and what the global organizational committee has to do. we find that this area needs much improvement. We also found that the devising and designing of program and the selection of speakers and the timelines for this and the mechanism for this also needs to be reviewed, because experience has shown in this General Assembly that programs and speakers were finalized at a very late stage. The third area which we have identified with regard to the communication. The communication detailing the procedures, timelines for various steps to be completed, for ensuring participation of the delegates to the General Assembly needs to be reviewed and strictly adhered to. It was also highlighted that we have to also look at the simplified registration procedures. And a clear communication to the delegates, to the member countries. And in that simplified procedure, there is a need for taking into account the emerging challenges in transfer of money or payment of registration fee due to sanctions being imposed against certain countries, by some countries, or globally. Then we also identified that we need also to have a clearly defined role of table officers in monitoring the progress made, and it should be made clear to each of the table officers assigned a particular role or responsibility for monitoring in different areas, that the table officer need to be responsive and attend to all queries or issues that a delegate or a country may raise. And frequent table officers meeting to have a joint and a common understanding of what is happening and what needs to be done. Well-defined election processes, identification and the functioning of creation of credential committee, which is very, very crucial. And probably this is an area of concern if we look at the previous General Assembly. The credential committee was not even constituted at the time of the executive committee, which was held one day prior to the General Assembly. And keeping in view the importance of this credential committee for starting the assembly itself, I think we need to be very clear that credential committee has to be constituted well in advance. And the credential committee needs to have regular information about the registration, status of the membership. there should be better coordinating mechanism between the between the WBU and the host organization. Insofar as logistics are concerned, there's the language barriers should be properly addressed. And we have decided to review all the documents starting from bid document to other related documents, the memorandum of understanding between host organization, WBO, so on and so forth. And we also need to look at a manual which was very comprehensively made about the conduct of the General Assembly way back, I think it was in 2007 or 8. Which Penny was referring to, Mark? 2008, I think. One of the esteemed member of the task force, Penny Hartin, all of you know, who served WBU as CEO for a long time and now is the distinguished executive member of WBU. She referred to this document, and Mark has informed us that in the meeting that this was shared with the host organization. So we also decided to review that document also to see if it requires updation. And we should be strictly adhering to the updated manual. And we should be reviewing, and we should also have a contingency plan in case things are not going well in the place where we decided to hold the General Assembly. So we have to have a contingency plan to hold the General Assembly. Madrid General Assembly during pandemic was a good example of the action taken both by host organization and WBU to address the need of that challenge that we had not to have an in-person meeting, and it was very well done. Thanks to ONSE and the leadership at that time for acting very fast, acting in a manner that was required to be done. So this is all from my side. I open the floor for discussion, and I would first request Beto. Beto has been very kind to be here with his own resources, along with the finance director of ONCB, Sarah, who had been very actively looking after the conduct of the General Assembly. So I think it would be in our interest to hear from him, and supplemented by Sarah if she wants also to educate us and educate us with the purpose that how we can do better, though I really appreciate a good work done by ONCB in conducting the General Assembly, where they were able to infuse a large number of participation. Thank you very much. Let us give a big applause to ONCB for their good work.
Hola. Bueno, aquí habla Sara. This is Sarah speaking. Beto, I think he would be here briefly. I think he went to the well. So I really thank you for this kind invitation of Mr. Runta and of World Blind Union for us to be here. We are very honored to be here as ONCB and in behalf of ONCB. I one of the officers, so here I'm talking in behalf of my president, Beto Pereira, and also my table officers in Brazil. And so it was a very big challenge for us to host the General Assembly in Brazil, because we are an organization with few resources, financial resources. And as financial director, I can, well, puedo decir, ¿no? Seguramente como directora financiera de ONCB, que es mi papel, mi rol ahí. Tuvimos un desafío muy grande para captar los recursos para la realización del evento y pudimos contar con el gobierno brasileño y con el gobierno, varios gobiernos de São Paulo y también del país, parcerías con empresas privadas. Brasil estableció contacto con... Perdón. Ya. Translation. No.
Yes, we had challenges in being able to find the financial resources to be able to hold the General Assembly, and we are able to count on a lot of government support, both federal, state, and municipal support to look for the funds necessary to hold the event.
Y después Brasil estableció contacto con las compañías para estar presentes tanto en el Congreso Técnico Científico cuanto en la Feria de Tecnología. So Brazil got in touch with companies to be present at the Technology Fair exhibition as exhibitors, and also at the Technical Scientific Congress such as Meta and Google. Y otros, como Meta, Google y otros. Y tuvimos compañías de todo el mundo ahí en esa feria, que también fue un gran... Also, there was a very big logistical, very diverse people and topics. And we are here available for WBU if you want to make any questions or any comments. And we are available for discussing about how we could make this happen, considering we are in Global South, considering all the challenges of that we have to face. And then, pardon, sorry. And this summit has showed us that Global South and Brazil and Latin America are totally able to, bueno, que somos totalmente capaces de seguir con nuestras agendas, de sermos protagonistas como personas ciegas de estos países, que tenemos mucha capacidad de organización y también de intercambiar estas buenas prácticas.
We demonstrated that we are able to have a lot of capacity to face these challenges and able to organize an event that involves a meeting and General Assembly of such proportions.
Bueno, y eso es muy importante que podamos compartir todo esto de forma global desde nuestra región. So it's very important we can share it all in a global levels from our region. Nosotros escribimos un relatorio que nos fue solicitado, so we were requested to make a report. We are working at its translation, but internet is not helping so much so that we can share things here. Entonces estamos terminando de trabajar en la traducción de este relatorio y es un relatorio calitativo que cuenta algunos hechos interesantes sobre la realización del evento, impactos, comunicación, etc. It's a qualitative report that tells some interesting facts about the summit, communication, and etc. And we will make it available for WBU as it was requested. Vamos a disponibilizarlo para la OMC como nos fue solicitado. Bueno, Beto was supposed to speak here for you, but he just now had a personal problem to solve. So that's why he's not here, but he was here all the time. And then I would like to thank you. I didn't introduce myself. I am Sara Marques from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I am the financial director of ONCB. I am one of the table officers. And I sometimes here as interpreter as well. And then I would like to ask Moises, my colleague from Brazil, if he has any compliment he would like to do. And one more time, I would like to thank India and our Indian Federation and WBU for your kindly receptivity and this very great opportunity for us to be here. And for myself, that's the first time that I travel for out of Latin American. And it has been a very, very great cultural and political experience for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Mr. Junta.
Yes, Moses, please.
Bueno, yo quería solamente decir que fue un honor muy grande estar trabajando en la organización de la cumbre en Brasil.
I would like to say that it was a great honor to be able to work in the organization of the General Assembly in Brazil and the World Blindness Summit.
Fue una experiencia fenomenal para que conseguíssemos poner em prática uma cumbre com a participação de mais de 2,000 pessoas ao todo.
It was a great challenge and a great opportunity, a great feat to be able to create a summit with the participation of over 2,000 people.
Desde que começamos a trabalhar em la organização, nos perguntávamos à oficina de OMC quantas pessoas estimavam que viriam de fora de Brasil para este encontro.
From the beginning, when we began to work on this, the summit, we asked the World Blind Union's main office how many people were expected to attend this World Blindness Summit.
E los números eram estimados e se decía algo como 300 tal vez, pero no había como garantizar este número seguro.
the numbers were estimates, and the number of 300 was expressed, but there was it was not certain that this number was very accurate at that moment.
En primer momento se pensó en desarrollar la cumbre en un hotel que tendría auditorio para un público máximo de 700 personas.
We, at the beginning, thought of having the summit at a hotel that had auditorium available with capacity for at most 700 persons.
Y como nosotros de Brasil queríamos que la Latinoamérica y que los propios brasileños pudiesen tener la experiencia de vivir una cumbre mundial de la ceguera, evaluamos y planteamos la necesidad de cambiar de hotel para ir para un sitio con más espacio y principalmente cerca a un centro de convenciones donde fue nuestra cumbre.
But since we wanted to give the opportunity of people from Latin America and Brazil to be able to participate in a summit of this importance, we began at that moment to contemplate moving the venue to a place that is more a convention center, closer to a convention center.
Y con los números apurados en los registros y sistemas, identificamos aproximadamente 400 personas de fuera de Brasil.
And according to our data that we had available at the time, we estimated that there would be approximately 400 people from outside Brazil that would attend.
Y como desarrollamos también una serie de otras actividades en paralelo, en simultáneo a los atos de la Asamblea General en días 4 y 5.
And since we added other activities to complement the General Assembly activities of the 4th and 5th.
Y porque también mucha gente quería ahí poder tener acceso a la Feria de Tecnología.
And because many people wanted to have access to the technology fair.
Se tomó decisión de facilitar los ingresos en los últimos 2 días y con esto amplió mucho el número de participantes en todas las actividades.
We decided to make a financial assistance for participation in the last few days to enable this greater participation of people.
Entonces, con los registrados para participar de toda la cumbre de 1 a 5 de septiembre, tuvimos ahí como 1.200, 1.500 personas entre participantes y trabajadores.
So from the 1st to the 5th of September, we had an registrations that went from 1,000 to 1,500, including people working in the event.
Y con las actividades de los días 4 y 5 en simultáneo a la Asamblea General, ultrapasamos 2,000 personas.
And with activities complementing the General Assembly activities of the 4th and 5th, we surpassed 2,000 people.
Bueno, yo quiero decir a nuestro presidente Junta y todo el ejecutivo aquí reunido.
I would like to say to Mr. Runta and the entire executive committee convened here today.
Y su resumen con las dificultades que tuvimos en la organización y la realización de la asamblea están muy correctas.
That your summary explaining the difficulties that occurred in the organization of the summit, you are perfectly correct in your appraisal.
Nosotros, al se disponibilizar para realizar un evento de esta grandeza, de este tamaño, teníamos en cuenta que habrían problemas logísticos.
In order to organize an event of this proportion, we realized that there would be logistical problems, difficulties.
Pero muchos de esos problemas que efectivamente tuvimos serían plenamente contornables si tuviésemos una definición de papeles, de roles más claros para todos los involucrados.
But in order to deal with all these difficulties related to logistics, we believe that it would have been better if we had specific roles more clearly explained to be able to meet these challenges.
Muchas veces yo tuve la percepción de que había 3, 4, 5 eventos siendo organizados autónomamente, porque cada uno pensaba el evento de una forma.
At some times, I had the impression that there were 3 or 4 or 5 different autonomous events being organized because there was not enough communication.
Entonces, yo creo que con la experiencia que tenemos ahí, y ahora con nuestra presencia también en la junta directiva, en la mesa de oficiales de OMC, yo espero poder presentar para OMC y para la próxima organización de la cumbre nuestra experiencia y que tengamos mejor suerte.
And with our experience and now being part of the table officers, I think we are prepared to be able to help in the next event to get around all the difficulties that we encountered based on our experience.
Pero yo quiero cerrar mi participación diciendo que, mismo con todos los problemas que tuvimos, yo tengo mucho orgullo de participar de una asamblea que felizmente no presentó ningún prejuicio económico para ninguno de los organizadores.
And I'd like to finish by saying that in spite of all the difficulties, I'm very proud to have been able to be part of an event that did not result in any financial prejudice or to all involved, to the World Bank Union.
Esto solamente fue posible porque mucha gente ahí ayudó.
This was only possible because we had the help of many
Muchos
people,
parceros
many
de
partners.
OMC, muchos parceros de ONCB from Brasil,
Many ONCB partners from Brazil,
empresas, representantes de gobiernos,
companies and government representatives.
y en especial yo quiero agradecer mucho a los hermanos españoles
And I would like especially to thank our Spanish friends
que en todo el tiempo ofrecieron su experiencia con la cumbre de 2020-21.
who at every moment offered their help with the summit in 2025.
Más que eso, además de ayudar económicamente, presentaron otros parceros, incluso de gobierno de España y de otras empresas parceras, para apoyar económicamente nuestra cumbre.
In addition to their individual support, they also introduced us to other partners, including the Spanish government, to help finance the holding of the event.
Entonces, por esto todo, tenemos la tranquilidad hoy de no hablar de deudas referentes à Asamblea.
So we are very happy today. We have very comfortable to be able to say that we have no deficits or any money owed regarding to the holding of this General Assembly.
Ahora, para encerrar mismo, yo quiero agradecer muy especialmente a todos de la oficina de WBU, a todos de las organizaciones que se involucraron para desarrollar la Asamblea. En nombre de los brasileños, pedir excusas por cualquier problema que seguro que tuvimos, pero la intención fue la mejor todo el tiempo.
And I would like to finish by thanking again you, the World Bank Union and all others who helped in making this event a reality.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Moses. You were the chair of the local organizing committee, I believe, and you were coordinating. So thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Yes, Titi, please.
I have 3 questions. As we were told that there was this manual prepared earlier by WBU and shared with the host. I would like to ask our Brazilian hosts that how did you find the manual? And then Mr. Runta, I would like to hear your observation that did you identify some development needs to this manual? And is there a process in place for those to be taken? That was the first one. Then the second one, I was wondering that is there the practice in WBU that in the organizing committee of the assembly, somebody from the previous host would also be present in order to transfer some of the learnings from previous assemblies. And then the third question, although we are all, I believe, still a little bit out of breath after the assembly, my next question is that what are the steps and what is the timeline in preparation for the next one? Because it's in 3.5 years. And I believe that by the beginning of 2028, it would be good to have a location and possibly the venue booked, and counting backwards from there. It's surprisingly quick when we have to start discussing the next assembly in order to be early or on time, or that's our European experience, that it's a long process. So what is the timeline? When do we start preparation?
Thank you, Titi, for these very important queries, questions, and I take them not as questions, by implication, the concerns that needed to be in our focus for improvement. So, in that spirit, let me try to answer or respond to those questions and concerns. Honestly, I have not yet gone through the manual. Honestly, I'm saying, not analyzed the manual. And I believe that based on these experiences in Sao Paulo and the issues identified, we will have to update the manual, because it was developed in the year 2008, where there were, I can identify at least one important issue, which in any case, I am fully confident that it would not have been dealt with in that manual, because that situation did not exist then. The changing geopolitical scenario and how to deal with those challenges. For instance, visa issues. For instance, transfer of money, which did not exist in 2008. So these are issues which have relevance for our General Assembly. So the answer to the first question, yes, even without looking at it, I can say that it would need updation. Second question with regard to the timelines that we have set in. I have set in a timeline for my task force to come up with concrete report and procedures by May 2026. And I believe that and subject to approval by the officers, because as I have always maintained that we will go by the decisions of the officer, not by the decision of the presidency or the table officers. My proposal would be to discuss and initiate the process for the next General Assembly in the next officers meeting, by reviewing the report, the suggestions for updation of the manual, or coming up with new manual, whatever ultimately being decided by the task force. And also coming up with the improved version of bid document to address these concerns, so that by the time we have next executive committee meeting, we will have something in our hand. During that period between the next officers meeting and executive committee meeting, we intend to call for nomination, so that in 2027 meeting of executive, we can devote much time on the analysis of the bidder. bid received, and establish committees then immediately in that meeting, including credential committee and nomination committee. I am supposed to constitute within a year. So that is constitutional imperative. That though has not been included in the agenda, but it requires the representation from each region. But at least before we go from this meeting, if you agree, we can at least choose the chair of the nomination committee, because the chair has to be decided by us together, and then followed by the a given timeline to receive the nomination by you all the regional presidents. That's my proposal. I hope that answers. And one more question that you raised, very important one, whether the previous host is included in the committee. I find that at least for Sao Paulo, previous host was not a part. I think they were okay. Who were they? Okay, Madrid one. You are saying. But I think okay. So, but have we decided as a matter of procedure to include? If not, we will make it systemic. Good that Fernando was there, but Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not? So good that, but let's decide to have it inbuilt in the procedure that previous host of a previous assembly, of the previous General Assembly, would be a part of the committee. Even if there is none in the table officers team or officers team from the previous host, still he or she has to be included as per the nomination by the host organization, who has dealt with the conduct of the General Assembly extensively. So, Titi, have I answered all your questions, or you want to follow up? Titi? Titi? Have I answered all the questions, or you want to follow up some?
Yeah, you have. I was wondering if our Brazilian hosts had any comments on the manual.
No. I think to be honest with all the officers, we just discussed the manual in our previous online meeting. So I can say that nobody has critically examined it.
Okay, I was just thinking that as we have the Brazilian hosts present here, I'm sure that they have read it in preparation for.
No,
for
in the
meeting, but
online
yeah.
meeting, what they said,
Okay.
that they could not
Okay, yeah,
read
well, that
it.
answers.
Yes. Yes, Martin, please. Yeah.
Hi, I just want to add about whenever in 2010, Bangkok was appointed to host in 2012. So they had a full 2-year planning time. In 2014, NFB was announced to host. They had 2 years' time. In 2018 in Canada, Spain got appointed ONCE, and of course they had accidentally 3 years because of COVID. And in 2023, again at the Expo, in-person Exco meeting. ONCB was appointed after a bidding process. Again, they had 2 years to plan together with us. So, and I think President Eske talked about, so we start the process immediately the year after the assembly to call for bids. There's a process that will probably be updated around the bids. And then at the in-person meeting, so far in the executive meeting 2 years before the General Assembly, the hosts were appointed. So that is what happened over the past number of years. So they had at least a 2-year spell to prepare.
Christina, I think that the existing task force with this mandate has to integrate in the structures of committees and working group that we are preparing, maybe in the Impact 1 with the mandate to revise the manual and then start the processing for the next General Assembly. And as Martin says, it's important to have in mind that by 2027, maybe in the outcoming executive committee meeting, we have to decide which will be the next place for our next General Assembly.
Thank you, Christina.
Can I? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, since now we know that we have a manual, I believe that we must make them available on the website so that any potential organization that has intent of applying to host will have the opportunity to be reading the manual to know the implications of organizing as GA for WBU. It should be, if we can get hard copies, very handy hard copies, and then soft copies, and available, as I said, on website, so that any interested group can have prior knowledge of how the organization will imply. So I think a permanent GA manual will be of interest for potential host organizations.
Okay, good. So I would also, because this session is, I thought it would be short, but it is standing between you and the lunch, and probably I have to be blamed. So I would, if there are no more comments, I would also like to inform one of the points that we have taken decision on, that in the entire process, regional presidents will be fully involved as a part of organizing committee, global organizing committee, so that their regional problems, problems of the countries from their region are highlighted, brought to the notice of the organization committee, as well as to the table officers if required. And action be initiated to resolve them. And this would then, fit in our Impact 1, participatory governance and inclusive leadership. So, and this will take some burden off the table officers and the organizing committee as well. Then we can distribute responsibilities. There are various aspects, logistics, transportation. Of course, these local logistics will be done by the host, but then somebody has to monitor, coordinate from the global body. The program, for instance, it would make our program more effective if we involve our regional presidents. No, I'm saying all regional presidents. I'm not talking of one or the other. No, the proposal is that all regional presidents will be part of the organizing committee, global organizing committee. What I am saying is this, so that they are aware of the progress made, they are aware of the challenges during the progress in the conduct of the General Assembly, and they are aware of the program as well. And they are somehow involved in the selection process for sponsored delegates, no? From their region at least. So, I mean, if you have many distinguished leaders dealing and joining as a team for organization of this very important and big event, I think it's better served. So, to conclude with these remarks, and thanks to, again, our appreciation to ONCB for all the good work that they did. And they took on the challenge of organizing this event, and they did a good job in the circumstances and in the given scenario of a large participation. We place on record appreciation of the officers for ONCB. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. And before you go to lunch, I would request Yanina and all of you to indicate during lunch whether all of you, or I can check here only. Is there somebody who does not wish to accompany us for Taj Mahal tomorrow? If there is anyone who does not plan to go with us, please raise your hand so that I inform to the organizers in the in fact, government, the district administration of Agra is taking care of our visit to Taj Mahal, and they would be providing us security, taking us into Taj Mahal, and then would be escorting us up to the border of Agra. So they would be receiving us at the border of Agra and would be escorting us back up to border of Agra district. So we will all be the guests of district administration. So they need actual numbers. That's why I'm just asking this. Is there anyone who does not plan to go? So you don't want to go? Okay. You also, okay. So Martin, Eugene will go or not? What about Eugene?
Yeah, he was with us.
So he will also not go. Anyone else? If none, all of you. Huh? Ed? No, Dangari. हाँ वो तो नहीं ठीक है. So I'm not asking from Indian participants. Just yes. So you are excluded. Excluded. I forgot one thing, which I will take up first, as first item. I mean, as first presentation after lunch. Though Mansoor is not here, President ABU, but our Secretary General ABU is here. So I will request him immediately after lunch to give a brief report or presentation on ABU. My apologies, Dr. Vibal Dengla, to you for forgetting my region, my own region. My apologies. No, I will not. I will not. I'm in a different. I don't want to wear so many hats. You know, two I already have. So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. 4 o'clock, we have a very important session. And before that, we have to complete the other part of the agenda, which is scheduled for today.
Tenemos que comenzar luego porque a las 4
4 o'clock, we will be having
la agenda.
address by President of IDA, International Disability Alliance, President of Accessible Book Consortium, Monica, and we kindly come back to your seats, please. Yeah. Start. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, we will have the distinguished leaders, top leaders of some of our partner organizations. David, Executive Director, CVM Global, would also be speaking to us, addressing us in the session for building alliances. So, we have to finish before that. Can I request Dr. Vimal Kumar Dengla, our Secretary General, ABU, to at least share some development in ABU in the absence of his president, Mansoor.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot that you have given this opportunity to me. Though I think you would be the right person to update those things, but it's right that you are trying to promote persons like me. So Asian Blind Union, at presently we are having our office in Kuwait, our president's organization. That is our official address at present. And we did have some difficulties in past years, but later on, after last elections, when Mr. Rungta took over as the regional president, he tried to solve it. Some of them are solved, some of them is still going on. So, but we could take few projects in Kuwait, particularly for Middle East and other regions also, because ABU has 3 sub-regions. One is Middle East, the second one is Central Asia, and third one is ours, the South Asia. And all these 3 sub-regions has a lot of challenges regarding languages, cultural things, and other organizational funding is also a bit difficulties for all of us. So it is ABU or our national members are not exception for that. And we organized one workshop for particularly women empowerment and ICT training to the visually impaired persons also in, I think, 2024 in Kuwait. And after that, we did have some online training workshops on this physical workshop was to be organized. It was decided it is to be organized this year, most probably, because one of that workshop was to be organized with the support of our president organization, NFB India. So that will be organized, I think, in the coming year. And we are just trying to consolidate the things of our union because of certain problems. After the last General Assembly, our outgoing Secretary General did not give, I think WBU previous body must have known about that, and our President, Mr. Rungta, definitely knows it. There were certain issues with finances with Mr. Amir Makram, and he did not give the financial charge to the incoming team at all. So that was some issues. So we could not perform much activities during last 2 years, but we are hopeful that in coming year we would have more activities. Next month we are going to have our physical meeting, EXCO meeting in Kuwait only, and we are hopeful that we are getting good funding support from one of the Middle East countries, and this GCC group also is likely to be support us for certain projects. So let us be hopeful. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Vimal. Are there any questions, comments from Dr. Vimal? Because today he is in the hot seat. For the first time though. He has been putting us on hot seat. No problem. But you have taken it over from your president. If none, if there, oh yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, I just want to find out from the Secretary General whether the Indian government is able to support you with any form of funding.
Yes, definitely. For ABU, India is the main supporter for ABU actually. I don't know whether to publicly announce it or not, otherwise everybody will ask for that. Mr. Rungta's organizational National Federation of the Blind supports us financially, technically, legally, in all means. So now he is free from the responsibility of President ABU, so he will support more financially. So we are hopeful, and he supported a lot in the past for our particularly travel expenditures and other meeting arrangements, General Assembly arrangements. He supported a lot, his organization. Thank
So
you.
my question is whether government supports.
No, government normally does not, but till now we have not approached formally. We may get support from, not from government actually, what I told yesterday regarding the CSR funding from companies. They may support the companies who has the global presence. They may support India for regional activities. They may definitely. We would try. Now I just joined, so we would try, because my organization in India definitely gets support from companies, CSR funding policy support. So we will try for that also.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now we proceed to the next agenda item. Next agenda item is table officers distribution of responsibilities, works, TOD, and fundraising. So I would like to remind you all that you must be having a document. What is that? TOD? Mark? TOD, this table officers distribution of work and all. Achha. Okay. So what we are aiming at here, Christina has been has very kindly drafted and submitted a proposal. The objective is to have a clear distribution of responsibilities of table officers, conduct of its meetings, the periodicity of the conduct of meetings, and so on and so forth. And this proposal, I believe, would require further consideration by you all. But what we may do, subject to what Christina has to say, because she has worked on this document, very valuable document, which is a guide for our effective functioning as table officers. I would recommend for your approval and decision that we may refer it to the internal governance committee or constitution committee, whatever we ultimately call it, which will be charged with the responsibility of establishing procedures, developing bylaws, rules, and wherever required, amending the constitution, recommending for amending the constitution. Of course, that mandate is with authority is with the General Assembly, but some functionary or committee will have to bring it for consideration of the General Assembly. So, if I will first give the floor to Christina for her opinion, then would invite you all for your comments and suggestions.
Yes, the document that Mr. Runta says, I think it won't be circulated. It wasn't, no? It wasn't be circulated. You don't have it. You don't have it. I think it's a guidance for the committee, the Constitution Committee, to do that job, that important task, because I think it's a priority that all table officers know each task. So once you send us the proposal for the creation of committees, the committee that has to do that, I think that is a priority. So we send this document to this committee, and I think it can be helpful. Okay.
So I think you agree, Christina, that we seek the opinion of the officers if we can recommend for consideration of the internal governance committee or constitution committee, which ultimately would be constituted as a part of our strategic plan impact target 1. So if everyone agrees to this proposal to deal with this part of the agenda item, are there any comments or other suggestions to it? If none, would somebody move for it? Titi moves. Who seconds? Who seconds? Apple seconds. Are you sleeping? Yes. Motion is that we have a document dealing with the distribution of roles and responsibilities of each of the table officers and the periodicity of the meeting to be conducted online, offline, whatever. So that document may be forwarded first to the officers, and after receiving the officers' inputs, we place it for consideration of proposed internal governance committee or committee which is responsible for looking at the procedures, the bylaws, rules, and suggesting, formulating bylaws, as well as looking at the constitution, suggesting amendment to the constitution. That's the proposal on this agenda part of the item, on this part of the agenda item. Am I clear? Okay. So TT moves, Apple seconds, right? All who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say no. At least say somebody no. Thank you very much. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. The resolution, the proposal is carried. The motion is carried. now we go to the other part. Fundraising. Meetings. Meetings, what we are proposing is that one online meeting in 3 months. No, for the table officers, monthly meeting, and for the officers, every quarter, one online meeting, and supplemented by in-person meeting, as is the practice for the present. That means 2 meetings. One we are having this year, the other we will be having sometimes in September, October. And here, can I request if any offer is there for the next meeting? In-person meeting? Mark Ricky Bono, you had been generous to offer, I think.
Offer stands.
Offer stands. Offer accepted. So we will work with Mark Ricky Bono to decide the dates, venue, and all that. Logistics. So we decide to have it in US on the basis of the scheduling or the timing and the program indicated by NFB USA through Mark Ricky Bono, our distinguished president of NAC. So that completes this part also, no? Now, next. Yes, you are right. Good reminder, Mark. Thank you.
I would like to add that for table officers monthly meetings, I would like that from the office, if you don't mind, all of us agree a schedule in order to have all the meetings scheduled in our agenda for the whole year, because if not, it's difficult to find to put that in our agenda, no, in our busy agenda. So please, Yanina and Mark, if you can make a proposal, the dates, okay, a proposal dates, and the same for the meetings of the officers, or the online meetings of the
Table
officers.
officers and officers.
Okay.
But then, are you suggesting that we decide a fixed date today, or we still ask the office to fix every time a date and time for the table officer or officers meeting? Christine.
I think it would be a good idea the same day and at the same time.
Every meeting, right?
Yes, every meeting. Every meeting.
But I think practically,
But we
maybe there may be practical problems, no? Sometimes some table officer
Yeah, they
who
can-
cannot foresee today
Yes.
on a given date, what would be his position? Because they are also preoccupied with the other organizational and professional commitments. So I think let us keep it little flexible. Of course, with the understanding that officer will start, the office will start the process well in advance for every monthly meeting or quarterly meeting of the officers, monthly meeting of table officers and quarterly meeting of the officers, if that is agreeable, because we have to keep in mind that it is hard to fix a day for all the meetings at a given time. So that's my suggestion, Christina, if you
But I
agree.
think we can make a proposal with different suggestions, dates, and agreed it together. But to fix it for the whole year, because at least for me, I don't know what do you think, but
Okay,
for
let's
me,
see.
know when it's going to have when
I
we
know,
are going
I-
to have all the meetings for the whole year.
Yes.
Titi?
What are your views? Yeah, Titi, please, go ahead.
Yeah, well, of course, I don't have an opinion on the table officers, but knowing that people are from multiple time zones, I think identifying the suitable slots that is agreeable to all. I fully understand Christina's point that calendars are really full. I would like to suggest that we would possibly to the next quarterly officers online meeting, bring a proposal of the schedule for the remainder of the term until the next assembly, that when would the in-person officers meetings take place, and possibly when, again, discussing the time slot for the online quarterly officers meetings. But I think the in-person meetings, because these practically take closer to a week, sometimes even more. And then there are regional assemblies and national holidays and such. I think it would be very beneficial if the dates would be fixed throughout the 4-year term, and then each organization can then in their own end analyze if they have availability to host in a given time. But it would be very good to have the calendar
Okay,
fixed.
so as I understand, in order to have a clear understanding of the proposal that you are giving, you want a month, not a exact date, or you want a date as well? Yes. Yeah.
We are at Daisy Consortium was also sailing in the same boat almost all the time. So just what works for us, since there are people attending from US and Japan and New Zealand normally, if that is the spread, then 13 or 1400 UTC works as the best time when everybody seem to be in a relatively easy time zone. Second thing that has worked for us is that we, for these monthly kind of meetings or quarterly meetings, we just pick up, one of the weekdays, like first Wednesday of every month or second Wednesday of every month. In principle, that is taken, and any adjustment which are required can be done. Like if there are certain apprehensions for the next meeting, those apprehensions can be expressed in the previous meeting. So that way people find it easier to block their calendars for the entire period, and flexibility of course remains because you can always readjust according to the circumstances. That is the formula that has worked best for us.
I think that will take care of what Titi is saying. So let's decide first on the day, we will not say date, for instance, day, or you want to be a specific date, day of the week, I'm saying, day of the week, and that too first week, second week, third week, that also should be clear. So that if at all flexibility would be required for any meeting, then we may agree to have it in that week on a different day, if at all required, subject to the convenience of all. Does this satisfy Titi your?
Yeah, for the table officers, I don't have an opinion.
No, you have every right to guide us. Don't say that.
But I think identifying the time slot in a day, but I do think that it's a good idea to have a fixed.
So I'm saying
date,
that day in a week of a month, right? Right. For instance, we are in January, right? The next meeting of table officers in monthly terms would fall in February, right? So we have to decide that the table officers monthly meeting will take place on so and so day in so and so week of every month. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
My proposal is that we have this calendar with the date and with the link for the whole year. And then respecting flexibility, if we need to change a date, we can change a date.
Oh, wait,
But
that's what.
That's
right.
my proposal.
Yeah, yeah.
Agreed together in this calendar and close it with the
Yeah.
with the link.
Mm.
So that's my proposal, and I'm agree with TT that if we can do this exercise for the whole mandate of at least for the officers meeting, it would be very helpful for all of us.
We'll try, yes. We'll come first. Let's sort out table officers and officers online meeting. Then we come to the in-person officers meeting, right? So what is the general agreement? And don't, TT or any other president may not say that we will not be able to express any opinion on table officer. You have to. So we will require suggestions and guidance for effective functioning. We are answerable to you before being answerable to General Assembly, no, and executive. Yes, Martin. No.
Over the last quadrennium, we as table officers did a specific day. I think it was the second Tuesday, Monday every 4 weeks. Sorry, for me it was Tuesday, but for everybody else it was Monday every 4 weeks. And we got it a calendar. The office sent us a calendar. And the reality is every now and then someone might not be available, or someone is, there's say summer holidays and there's a proposed change. But the main point is if we say, for instance, the every fourth Monday or every first Monday of the month at this time, we get the appointments sent out and then we take it from there.
Okay. So that's what I'm also asking. Good that we have already a practice in place, and we want to continue that practice. And what is the preferred day and week for you all? I think people, what, Yanina? Okay. Friday difficulty, people in the past have expressed difficulty, on Fridays. So we are left with Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? So my proposal is Wednesday, as Depen does. Do we agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. TT.
Sure.
She will not say unless I say it is for table for officers. So Wednesday and every second Wednesday of the month, or third Wednesday, what do you prefer? Second or third? Second? Okay. Second Wednesday of every month. Timing, I think Depen suggested that. What was that suggestion? Timing?
1 o'clock, 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. UTC.
1 p.m. or 2 p.m. UTC. Mark, I would like your opinion on it.
I think unfortunately for this group and how spread out we are, there is no way that someone won't be meeting between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. There's just no way to do it. So if we do 1 p.m., 2 p.m., then that's Martine. That's meeting overnight. If we do it later, then it would be Apple or SK meeting overnight. There is no time that we can choose that would not have someone meeting between midnight and 6 a.m. So someone will have to. Well, Martine is used to it. So yeah, I would probably say it would be around what Dipendra suggests, but just note that that means Martine is meeting either midnight or 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. There's no way to avoid it though.
Somebody will be there. That's not.
Yeah.
That's not a problem. That's the way it is.
So yeah,
That's
it would be probably 13, like Dipendra says, 13, 14 UTC, which would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 in the evening for USK, a little bit later for UApple. If we do the same time for officers meetings, that is.
But our regional, sorry, this is to our regional president supposed to take, like if this is a table officers meeting.
Officers meeting is what I was saying. Because
If this is table officers, then there's 2 people in Latin America, Mark in Canada, so they are more or less in the same. Then there's Cristina in Spain, SK in India, Mr. Debra, I think you're more or less in the same zone with Cristina.
There would be in late morning, like 10. I mean, it's hard because the time changes every 6 months.
Because our Secretary General is very important, Treasurer is very important. Thank you. Okay, so table officer sorted out. Every second Wednesday of the month between 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. UTC. Now,
Yes, and I would like to ask if it fits you to do the meeting by Teams instead of
Teams
Zoom.
or
Do you
Zoom?
have any problem with Zoom? I said that because in Teams, at least for me, it goes directly to my agenda. The hour, you know, it puts in my agenda in Outlook. It is scheduled in Outlook directly. And it is good because with different horarios, I don't know, time zones, it is useful. But I don't know if you have a problem
but we
with
don't, I
Teams.
think do we have license for the Teams? Okay. So does anyone have a problem with Teams?
No problem for me. No problem.
Okay. What's the problem, y'all, with Teams? No, it's okay, but I am not used to either, but the Depend is my guru in this. So
Then you're asking me sort of.
yes.
I think the only question, one question that can prompt this thing is, do you use AI for taking notes?
Yes, we do.
And you have Teams configured for it? Otherwise, Zoom has got very good.
No, we are doing it. This meeting also is AI, using AI. Transcript is coming. We got it activated in Zoom also. Okay. So I think general agreement is Teams. So I would request y'all to get used to it. Now TT will respond. We are coming to officers online meeting. And I will start with TT. What do you suggest? Same combination of second Wednesday of every third month.
If it works for the table officers, I think it's a good idea to just
Yes.
stick to the same.
Because table officers will also have to join. So therefore, I think it's good, no? Any other officer, regional president has some reservation on this? If none, so we decide and we take a
Rick-
decision. Oh.
Riccobono agrees with TT.
That's good. That's very good.
Which day you are suggesting for the officers?
Second Wednesday of every 3 months, as is the case with table officers, second Wednesday of every month, right?
Yeah, but
And time between 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. UTC.
But Mr. President,
Yes.
but every month the table officers will be meeting, but how can?
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
For example.
No.
Yeah.
It will overlap. You are right.
Okay.
You are right. But can we combine that meeting? Because
Yeah,
in any case, what is
yeah.
the point?
Yeah, you
In
can
any
try
case,
it.
table officers meeting minutes are to come to the officers, and they don't decide. They don't take any decision, right? In any case, so it has to be in tandem with the officers, no decisions.
Yeah.
So
Table officers may meet 1 hour or 2 hours prior the board, the officers meeting that same day, if possible.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm saying that since the meeting will coincide in the same day, table officers may have their meetings prior to the officers meeting.
no, because of the time zones, it would not be possible. But what I'm saying is, in the month when we have officers meeting, we will not have a separate table officers meeting. It will be instead of table officers meeting, it will be every third month officers meeting. Am I clear? That's the suggestion. Do you agree?
Hi.
Huh?
Oh.
Apple, yes,
Yeah.
please.
I just want to make sure because I'm very bad at calculation.
Hmm.
So in my time, it's like 7 p.m., right?
7. What would be?
PM.
I think it would be 8:30, I think, no?
8:30.
Bangkok time?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. At least it's
Sorry.
not midnight.
The time zone, it changes every 6 months, so it's a little tricky to say, but it's in the evening, 8, 9 p.m., depending on what time of year we're.
Okay, thank you.
Apple?
Yes,
That is the time zone. Are you comfortable?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
If it is on midnight, I can do like Friday or Saturday like last time.
No. Thank you. Oh, thank you. So now coming to the in-person meetings of the officers. So we have in all in the entire term for 8. First one is almost over. So second one will be in USA, we decided. Now coming to the preferred month. Date, I think, is very difficult, no? To decide well in advance for any host organization. We will have to give some flexibility. We can indicate month. I don't know what all of you.
It is possible. I would like to fix the date also, because it helps us. If we put
But
now
give some
the date-
flexibility, Christina.
No.
Otherwise, I think you will not be able to sell it. if you put so many conditions, probably I leave it to you all. But let's first decide month, right? So first meeting in the year, what month do you prefer? First month in every year until our term completes. Yes.
Are there, I'm thinking that the officers meeting is making official decisions on things like the budget, but probably also
Yes, yeah.
some, annual, end of the year financial. Do we need to approve some documentation that is dependent on Canadian legal
Yes,
schedules?
it is essential.
And if that is required, then what is
No,
functional?
but it can also be done online, TT, for your information. So it's okay. So if that is the constraint, don't be afraid of that constraint. We have the alternative to it. And you are free to suggest the months for the first meeting. Irrespective of that, because we can deal with it through online meeting. What month? No, I think February. Yes, ma'am. Then. Mark Rikibono for the second meeting, no. You can indicate the month for this at least, and that we will set the parameter for the second meeting at least, and then we go to the first meeting. Yes. No. We will start from the reverse cycle. Second one.
Tutti.
Yes.
If we think of having 2 meetings a year, roughly 6 months apart.
Yeah.
And then thinking of the annual leave
Hmm.
and festive seasons, I would suggest November and May.
Good. Huh? Difficult. Typical. That's what we do. Okay. Yes, you are right. Okay. Early November and early May. Yes, Mark, you tell us about your preference for the second meeting. Then we come. I think first meeting we are sorted out early May. Huh? No, for this year, this will not apply. We have already had. So for the rest of the years. Yes. Mark? Vicky Bono?
I once again accept the reasonable proposal of our EBU president.
I think your seats need to be changed. Okay, then early November for all second meetings, right? Okay. Yeah, I know. And any part of the globe. Yeah. Early November, right. So first meeting, do we agree early May for the rest of the calendar years for the complete term? Do we all agree on early May? Okay. So that I think, and then coming to the executive, because when we have the officers, we have the executive, we don't have separate officers meeting in that year, right? At that time, right? So Titi again. You tell us, you also had given an offer in principle. In fact, you were still at the stage of exploring that possibility. So I would not say that it was as confirmed an offer as was given by Mark Riccibono. So is there a possibility to have that offer consolidated? And if so, when you think that it would happen?
Sorry, was this about the executive committee meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, I am planning to be in touch with the Swiss to ask. I think it would be clear for them to answer if it's clear that what is the division of costs. Is the expo something that comes from WBU budget, or does it come from the host organization?
Yes.
The every officer, all of our organizations, the EXCO meetings are funded the same way as the officers' meetings. So EXCO, the host, does not have to pay for things like transport and accommodation and so on. But the host will have extra costs around, that's where there's a meeting, there's usually a planning committee between the secretariat and the hosting organization. And they will sort out things like a meeting room costs, maybe one night everybody's going for dinner. And so there is extra cost, but there is not an expectation that the host of the EXCO committee pays for costs that are now covered at officers' meeting. I mean, now and then someone says that they can cover accommodation and so on, but it's usually been over and above expected. It's much appreciated, but it's not expected. So the cost is the same way how we got here today. It will be how we will get to EXCO. The only difference is the office will pay more because there's more sponsored EXCO members, but us officers and table officers will take the cost as is happening now, sponsored or not sponsored. Does that make sense, Tuti?
Yeah, I think it does. I will be in touch with our Swiss member. Our negotiations in order to have our GA there took close to a year. So they are not quick in making decisions, but I will be in touch with them and facilitate a connection between Mr. President and Mark, the CEO, so that you can have a conversation with them. So I'm not in position to offer or provide anything on their behalf, but I will facilitate. It would be convenient. Our GA is in October.
In October.
October 27.
So almost on at the same time that we were deciding on the second officers meeting for 2027 or 26 or 28, right? Almost same time, right?
Yeah, similar. It's 22nd to 24th
Good.
October. I
So
will
we'll
facilitate
take
the
it
connection.
forward
Yes, I will.
and see how we still have time. But just when it was being discussed, I thought we check on it and seek some response, no? Different from what Mark Riccibono says, or you say, and Mark Riccibono endorses.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
To confirm, the meeting, the official meeting in the USA will be in 2026.
Yes,
So next early November.
early November.
I think it would be very interesting to have in this meeting another meeting with a technological company, if it is possible, because it links very well with our Impact 5. So, Mark, if it is possible, you can speak with them. I don't know when, where do you think could be the meeting in Washington, in
No time.
because Microsoft is in Washington, no?
Yeah,
Yes.
please, why not?
Just to clarify, we were planning to do this in conjunction with the DAISY Consortium, which Dependra is here representing. The conversations happened with Microsoft, and they offered not to sponsor, but to host a meeting. The DAISY Consortium ended up deciding to hold their meeting in a different location, but that does not mean that we don't have that offer still. So Mark, maybe it makes sense for the two of us to connect and see where that's at, and brainstorm locations, et cetera. But we did have some tentative conversations with Microsoft, and I think they'd still be open to hosting us that would be in Washington though.
Got it. Otherwise, I would say it's no problem for us to invite the tech companies to our headquarters in Baltimore. I think we'd want to be clear about the parameters of it and what we're looking for. But I think we could easily put together a summit meeting on technology access for the blind. I think it would be a very interesting thing to do. We have enough time to plan it, and we have at our headquarters in Baltimore, we have the International Braille and Technology Center for the Blind. So many of these companies visit us from time to time. A lot of them have a DC policy presence also. So definitely happy to talk about it. But I think, considering that, we may still want to have the meeting in Baltimore.
Okay, no problem. It is left to your decision, and we'll continue to. Okay. Yeah, immediately there. So I will, and Mark and myself will get in touch with you for further details and all that, and what can be done from WBU's side. Okay, thank you very much for this generous offer. Now, I would invite Javier. He wanted to make an offer because, we are using the same corporate or governmental approach that we in India have, that they call people and then ask them to sign some MOU and give some offer. So here is some offer. I'm not very clear. Javier will make that offer on behalf of ONCE. And we have been beneficiary of such offers in the past too, regularly from ONCE.
Okay, yes, I have a micro, sorry. I was looking for the micro. I'm confirming. Yeah, no, we were thinking to, now that we know more or less the periods, that we could also offer to have the first meeting, the officers meeting in May 27, and we'll be happy to host it also in Madrid, in Spain, if you are fine with that proposal. Thank you.
Offer accepted.
Great.
Riccobono? I'd like to endorse the proposal and the president's acceptance.
That's great, thank you.
That's what solidarity speaks of. So
We will be happy to show you the ONCE Museum. I think you are going to love it.
okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think that completes this part of the agenda. And now we go to fundraising, right? We go to the fundraising. And again, The floor is yours, Alejandro, our treasurer, with Mark, our CEO.
Bien, creo que este punto de la agenda
And this agenda item
va a estar un poco rápido,
will be very quick
ya que se refiere al presupuesto unido al plan estratégico.
because it refers to the budget associated with this strategic plan.
Pero aún no se ha preparado el dicho presupuesto,
This budget has not yet been prepared
ya que teníamos que primero aprobar el plan estratégico
because before that we had to approve the strategic plan.
y en base a eso trabajar también la parte financiera.
And starting from that, then plan the financial as part of.
Creo que es un trabajo que vamos a hacer de aquí tendremos noticias de aquí a la siguiente reunión de todos.
I think we will have that between now and the next meeting with everybody.
Only. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Mark, our CEO, would like just to briefly touch what could be the options to be included in the fundraising strategy, and what could be the potential channels that we probably have not yet tapped into and could be useful.
Thank you. And we have had some conversation about some of this over the course of the meeting so far. So, for example, we've spent some time talking about project funding. That is likely a shift in the sort of approach that WVU will take. Is to pursue more project funding with the goal of also using that funding to cover staff, as we discussed. I think another area that we're going to have to explore is the possibility of offering some type of service as a way of generating revenue that, of course, would go towards providing the service. And so I'll give you an example. We have done some work providing accessibility advice to international organizations. So if you're UN Habitat or WIPO, who we're going to hear from shortly, we have done some work to support their efforts when it comes to developing a disability inclusion strategy, as an example. In some cases, we've just done it pro bono or it was part of a project with CBM, but we do have the opportunity to potentially offer that as a service. So that's something that I think Alejandro and I and the finance committee will have some conversations about. I think another avenue that we will look into and explore is around more direct appeals. So it's not something we really do currently. We have a way for anyone who visits the website to donate, of course, but it's very passive. We're not out there banging that drum, asking for donations all the time in the way other organizations do. And we have talked about this. I don't think it's a barrier that makes it impossible, but we don't want to compete with members on fundraising. So that will just need to be done thoughtfully, more in collaboration with members, so that we're not, stepping on anyone's toes who's already fundraising in that way. Those are, I think, some of the examples. The strategic plan also contemplates a new membership fee structure. So that will, of course, affect our revenue generation. hard to say. I mean, that it's conceivable that could have higher fees resulting in more revenue. I don't anticipate that being the case, but it is possible. I think, although even just generally doing a better job, as the strategic plan talks about, recruiting new members, retaining members, bringing back members that have lapsed, that's another way to generate some level of revenue as well. So those are a few of the kind of approaches that will be included in the strategy. And to Alejandro's point, this will be developed in collaboration, in conjunction with the finance plan around the strategy. And this group is meeting, presumably in the next 3 months. So there'll be an opportunity to look at it either before then or at that time.
Thank you, Mark. So the decision on this aspect is that the fundraising strategy will be developed as a part of the financial plan, and we fix for ourselves to develop the financial plan in next 2 months, share it with the officers based on the through online mode, and after discussing in the online meeting with the officers, send it for approval to the executive committee online mode, through online mode. Email, so that they may have ample time to respond, consider. So that's the proposal. Is there any other suggestion to work in a different way on this? If none, may I ask for a mover of this resolution or motion on this part of the agenda? Who? Mohammed moves. Who? Christina seconds. Any dissension? None. Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, before I request Christina. She wanted to announce some, to propose some committee structures or something. So
Yes.
Christina would do that.
Yes, I want to share with you the final proposal for leading the different impacts of the strategic plan. So we will have 3 impacts with 3 persons. It will be Impact 2, Impact 4, and Impact 5. They are 3 remarkable impacts. The one, Impact 2, financial sustainability and strategic alliances. In this impact, we will have co-leading Alejandro Paz, Marrico Bono, and Mansour. In Impact 4, that is global advocacy and alliances for inclusion, we will have Mohammed, Apple, and João Debra, because we didn't have any table officers, and this is a very important issue. So João Debra, as second vice president, will be co-leading this important impact. And in Impact 5, technological innovation and in universal digital inclusion, we also will have 3 persons co-leading Martin and Marrico Bono, and Apple will be involved, but not co-leading, okay? Because she asked me in that way. So in the other impacts will remain as before. For Impact 1, 1 and 3.
Impact 1 and 3 remains
Yes,
unchanged.
it's true.
Yes.
For impact 1, Moses and Titi. And for impact 3, Joe, Deborah, and Gladys. So, are you comfortable in this proposal? Okay, so
So,
you are.
Bono, I again want to say,
He expressed his reservation.
yeah, I mean, these.
For
the-
having two.
You will
yeah.
be co-leading into.
Yeah,
No.
I am not in a position to do that. This is going to require monthly meetings for 2 different groups. I don't have the time to do that. So if you want my time, you have to pick an area because I will not be able to give my best to 2 areas for the next 4 years.
So if you want to stay only in impact 5,
Yes, yes. No,
perfect.
he is saying that it's our choice.
Because I have
He's compatible either in impact 2 or 5, right? That's what Mark Vicky Bono, you are saying, right? So we have to choose. So I think impact 5 is the best place, right?
I think
To have a
I think
yes,
so.
effective,
I think you have to be in impact 5.
So let's remain with 2 co-leads. What is the problem? Let us remain there. What is the problem? Let's see. Lendo and Mansoor, what is the problem? Let's go ahead with that. In any case, treasurer is there. Financial sustainability. Give me a minute. I will come back. Financial sustainability is with Lendo, right? So I think let us accept and appreciate the frank reservation expressed by our distinguished President NEC. And yeah, Martin, please.
I just want to check 2 things. Where does Mansoor fit in? And Apple, is Mansoor under 2 now?
Yes.
Okay. And Apple is still under 2 groups, is that right?
Yes, 2 and 5, she will not be.
Apple remain in 3.
3, sorry.
In
And
no, sorry.
4, sorry. 4 and with Mohammed, and then
involved
in 5 involved, not co-lead.
not co-leading.
Okay.
Not co-leading.
Okay.
Is that make clear things for you, Martin?
I think so.
Okay.
And finally, Mark, co-leading in both, in 5
Yes.
and 2?
No.
No,
No.
sorry, but
Let's not
So,
press him. Let
just 5.
let us not press him
Perfect.
that much. Let's not.
Perfect.
He has been very generous. Let's not.
Yeah, Nina, we have it for the minutes.
And the challenge that he has, NEC region, how challenging it is, and they have done a good job to bring them in the mainstream, in the fold of WB. We don't want to lose that either. So his leadership is required there. And of course, in the given scenario, his leadership also demands time in USA back. So thank you for all co-leads. Can I seek your permission? We have still some time, and my organizational functionaries, in fact, wanted me to include the documentary, a 15-minute documentary, in the opening of the meeting. But keeping in view the full agenda, we did not have any formal opening ceremony as they wanted. So we still have some time. Can I, with your permission, play that documentary which demonstrates the work and the struggle of NFB India on the rights of persons with disabilities and initiatives taken on empowerment of visually impaired. If you permit, then only it will be done. Otherwise, no problem. I will. I'm happy with it. May I have your permission?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Okay. You can play that, Pradeep, documentary. Do it fast.
Vision beyond sight. 50 years of National Federation of Blind India. 50 years ago, a vision took flight. National Federation of Blind India's might. Santosh Kumar Rungta, a guiding star, joined hands with warriors near and far. Vision beyond sight. For 5 decades, the National Federation of the Blind has carved an extraordinary path, a testament to unwavering self-belief, indomitable determination, and triumphant struggles. This odyssey marks a profound transformation from exclusion to inclusion, from charity to entitlements, and from passive community care to active participation in the tapestry of life. In the dawn of its establishment, society and government perceived the blind as a burden, a liability to be hidden within the confines of families or institutions. Policies of the time treated disability initiatives as mere welfare measures, not as the rightful entitlements equal to those of others. Against the backdrop of adversity, the National Federation of the Blind emerged on the 3rd of August 1973 with a resolute philosophy: let the blind lead the blind. Their journey began not just as a movement, but as a beacon of hope. Empowered by the belief in themselves, the Federation embarked on an audacious quest for change, a change that would define the very fabric of society's perception. In the face of formidable odds, the Federation valiantly fought for policies that would recognize the blind as valued assets, not liabilities. They shattered the shackles of exclusion and ushered in an era of inclusion, where the blind stepped into the limelight of active community life. Their journey transcended charity. It demanded their rightful entitlements equal to all citizens. With each victory, the Federation illuminated the way, creating a ripple effect of change that touched countless lives. Embracing the light within themselves, the blind took charge, leading the way with determination and brilliance. They shattered stereotypes and surpassed limitations, proving that disability could never define their potential. Today, as we celebrate this remarkable 50-year odyssey, we stand in awe of the transformation achieved. The National Federation of the Blind continues to inspire, to empower, and to pave the way for a future where barriers are demolished and possibilities are boundless. Over the course of 5 decades, the National Federation of the Blind has blossomed from a modest group of 15 founding members into a powerful force, uniting over 10,000 individuals across the nation. With 22 state branches, this extraordinary organization has championed the cause of the blind, igniting empowerment and awareness in their wake. Between 1980 and 1995, a momentous chapter unfolded in the history of disability rights, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the blind community under the banner of the National Federation of the Blind. On the 16th of March 1980, on the occasion of World Disabled Day, the Federation embarked on a remarkable journey. They organized a spirited procession fueled by the desire for essential rights. the right to education, training, and employment for the blind and other disabled individuals, the earnest implementation of disability reservations in Group C and D posts, ensuring equal opportunities for the unemployed, a shift in responsibility where the Education Department would champion the cause of blind and disabled individuals just like it does for all other citizens, access to vocational training opportunities in various trades, empowering the blind and disabled in government training institutions, enactment of a comprehensive legislation recognizing and granting rights of persons with disabilities. However, their path to progress was met with adversity. The procession, intended to reach the Prime Minister's house, was halted at Parliament Street. The Delhi police, in a callous act, resorted to a brutal lathi charge on the peaceful demonstrators demanding a meeting with the Prime Minister. The incident reverberated beyond the streets. It echoed in the hearts of people across India and beyond. The Indian and foreign press strongly condemned the police atrocities, igniting discussions in the parliament about the urgent need for policy transformations in education, training, and employment for the disabled. The call for comprehensive legislation on disability rights rang louder. In the face of adversity, leaders from various political parties rallied to support the Federation's cause. Eminent figures like Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Ram Vilas Paswan, and Mr. Madhu Dandavate addressed rallies, vowing solidarity with the demands of the Federation. A pivotal meeting took place with Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi, marking a turning point. She assured the Federation's delegation, led by Mr. Santosh Kumar Rungta, that their demands would be earnestly considered by the government. In a strong statement, Srimati Gandhi wrote to all Union Cabinet ministers, expressing her dismay at the slow progress in employing persons with disabilities, especially the blind, despite the reservation policies. The Federation's campaign continued with unwavering determination. Through 15 years of relentless lobbying and active participation in government committees, the Federation achieved a historic milestone: the enactment of the Persons with Disabilities, Equal Opportunities, Protection of Rights and Full Participation Act 1995. This landmark legislation marked the triumph of their vision for a more inclusive society. With unwavering determination and judicial activism, the Federation extended the scheme of reservation in Group A and B posts, opening doors to countless employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. Positive court orders, such as the judgment of 8th October 2013 in Civil Appeal number 9096/2013 and 1st September 2015 in Contempt Petition number 499/2014, resulting into employment to more than 15,000 vacancies, including blind. The Federation's influence transcended borders, with their General Secretary playing a vital role in drafting the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Closer to home, their efforts paved the way for the enactment of the Progressive Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, replacing the earlier act and ensuring more comprehensive protections. Through judicial activism, the Federation brought about transformative changes in food security schemes, guaranteeing adequate provisions to eligible persons with disabilities under the National Food Security Act 2013. Their advocacy ensured that nobody would go hungry due to disability. The Federation shattered barriers, opening the gates of civil services to visually impaired individuals, a significant achievement marked by the landmark judgment of 23rd March 1993 in WPC number 655/1991 by the Honorable Apex Court. The Federation's General Secretary, a force of inspiration and change, continues to serve on prestigious committees such as the Central Advisory Board and the Committee on Identification of Jobs under the RPWD Act 2016. His contributions extend internationally as a part of the Indian official delegation during the review of India by the UN CRPD Committee. Special schools, plagued by inadequate infrastructure and a shortage of qualified teachers, couldn't provide the inclusive learning environment blind students deserved. But in the face of these challenges, the Federation emerged as a fierce advocate for change in the realm of education. United in purpose, the Federation embarked on a journey of transformation, urging the government to shift blind education from welfare departments to the esteemed domain of the Education Department. Their efforts between 1980 and 1981 bore fruit as they successfully persuaded the Delhi administration to take over Andh Mahavidyalaya on Panchkuiya Road and later achieved similar success with Rashtriya Brijanand School. These milestones marked a shift towards inclusion and equal educational opportunities. In more recent times, the Federation's unwavering determination led to a groundbreaking development. Through a public interest litigation, they secured the transfer of Government Blind Boys Senior Secondary School Seva Kutir Kingsway Camp from the Social Welfare Department of GNCT Delhi to the Education Department, a triumph that resonates with the promise of progress. Fueling their commitment to promoting blind education, the Federation spearheads various projects and schemes. Their dedication knows no bounds as they endeavor to break barriers and open doors for blind students eager to learn. These projects and schemes include residential school for the blind children at Kanpur, Bilaspur and Jammu. The Federation is running residential school for the blind children in the above said 3 cities with its own resources. The blind students are provided with all facilities including boarding and lodging, medical, free braille books and uniform. NFB Gyandeep Sparsh Kanya Vidyalaya, Louis Braille Memorial Residential School for Sightless Girls. Kanpur Blind School for Blind Boys. Audio Cassettes Library, Andhra Pradesh. hostel for college-going blind students at Delhi, Bhopal, Jabalpur, and Indore in Madhya Pradesh, where free boarding and lodging facilities for blind girls and boys are provided respectively, besides computer training. National Federation of the Blind computerized Braille press at Bahadurgarh, Haryana, wherein books are printed in Braille, not only to cater the needs of blind students for their textbooks in different states, but also to meet the demand of other blind individuals pertaining to different subjects, literature, etc.
आज नेशनल फेडरेशन ऑफ ब्लाइंड के स्वर्ण जयंती समारोह के अवसर पर आप सबके बीच उपस्थित होकर मुझे संतोष का अनुभव हो रहा है। दृष्टिवादी लोगों को अपनी प्रतिभा को दर्शाने के लिए किसी की दया की या करुणा की आवश्यकता नहीं, बल्कि समान अवसर, शिक्षा, उचित प्रशिक्षण और रोजगार की जरूरत होती। इन भाइयों और बहनों को गरिमापूर्ण जीवन देने की जिम्मेदारी सरकार के साथ साथ पूरे समाज की। हमें ये सुनिश्चित करना है कि सभी दृष्टिबाधित व्यक्तियों को उचित शिक्षा प्राप्त हो, उन्हें रोजगार के अवसर मिले, सार्वजनिक स्थान सुगम हो तथा वे टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से सुरक्षित और बेहतर जीवन जी सके। भारतीय संस्कृति में डिसेबिलिटी को ज्ञान अर्जन करने में और उत्कृष्टता प्राप्त करने में कभी भी बाधा नहीं जन्म गया है। मैं आप सभी के जीवन में सुख, समृद्धि और सफलता की मंगल कामना करती हूँ।
Shri S.K. Rungta is also a member of the UNESCAP working group, actively contributing to the development of the operational guide on implementation of the Jakarta Declaration on the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities, 2023 to 2032. Through 50 years, they've paved the way. For brighter tomorrows, they still pray. With hearts united, their spirits soar, the blind empowered forevermore. In a world beyond sight, strength finds its birth. With love and compassion, we measure our worth. The journey continues, a future so bright. National Federation of Blind India's light. Together they've conquered each hurdle they faced. With NFB India's love, no challenge misplaced. In a world of equality, their dreams unfurled. Empowered, they stand in a vision beyond the world.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration. You would have noticed that National Federation of Blind, and I must confess in the presence of my good friend and leader, distinguished leader, Mark Riccibono, that National Federation of Blind India was founded taking inspiration from NFB USA and with the same philosophy. It is the journey of more than 50 years now of NFB is a mix of struggle for rights, which met with successes in the form of legislation, in form of positive judicial order, which matters, which have changed, and also with the projects that we have undertaken and are implementing for empowerment of our blind brothers and sisters in India. And the most distinguishable feature is that we don't receive any government grant. We have not even tried to take any government grant. It is all through the membership, through fees of the organization, which is not very big, but mainly from the yield of the investments that we make. I personally do that. Of the corpus that we have, and from the yield of that investment, we run these projects. And my experience over last more than 10, 12 years of running the project from the yield of the investment, which is largely in mutual funds, has been that every time we are able to generate the yield that we need. So thank you very much again for your patience. Now, I think if there are no further announcements, we can break for tea. And I will request you to come back 5 minutes to 4, because our speakers would log in online, which include, I informed you, at least the confirmed ones are Nawab Kabara, President Ida, David, ED, CBM Global, and Monica, President Accessible Book Consortium. So yes, why not? Before the break? Okay. Okay. Yes. Mark has reminded me. We need to take good photo before we go for tea break. So someone will arrange. Gaurav, Pradeep, आप अरेंज करिए कहाँ पे कैसे करना है. ये बैनर आना चाहिए. बैनर आना चाहिए. हाँ, ग्रुप फोटो of all, including observers. नहीं, आप क्या समझ रहे हैं? नहीं इंडियन यार देखो, इंक्लूजन कराने के लिए सुनो, इंक्लूजन कराने के लिए पहले ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री दिखाई यार.
Inclusion is the first phase of inclusion. If there is exclusion, then only inclusion will be there. I think this is a good place.
can you come back to your seats? Because I want to make sure that when we start at 4, we are all in order. And we start the session on time. Yeah. While we are preparing for the next session, I want us to I want to give the proceedings to Mark for letting you know a very sad news about the demise of one of our valued colleagues. Okay. I would request Yaw, our second vice president, to let us know about the sad news and also our departed leader.
Colleagues, there is a very bad news that has hit Africa. One of our pillars in the African Union, who has led African Union of the Blind for many years. He was a Cameroonian. In other words, he came from Cameroon. Paul has been in the go for blindness and freedom for so many years. There isn't any gathering or forum internationally that Paul was not available. At the time he died, he was the president of Francophone Union. And his achievements are innumerable. He has been part of World Blind Union assemblies for so many years. So with his demise, I think he deserves to be honored with a 1-minute observance of silence. So on behalf of the president and the table officers, I want to entreat all of you to stand for only 1 minute in remembrance of our departed friend and colleague in struggle. He is called Paul Tizano. So may we keep silence for only 1 minute. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Amen. Thank you.
Now, maybe start the proceedings for the next session, very important session, Building Alliances, which is a very important part of the implementation strategy of our strategic plan. May I ask somebody from the online team to be here. Anina, could you see who all are joined? Nawab Kabera, President IDA, Monica, President ABC, David, ED, CBM Global. Yes, with the online participants, if you can identify, I think they would. No, it's okay. So we will first check because I have to welcome them and start the proceedings. Yeah. Not yet? Nobody? Okay. We have started the online proceedings? We have, yes. Huh? Okay. Okay. I think in the meantime, we can at least have the structure of this session for us to understand what we plan to do during this period. We have shared the strategic plan, draft strategic plan document with each one of them whom we have requested to be the speaker. And our purpose that for inviting them, that Christina will outline once they are online. In the process of developing and finalizing our strategic plan, it has many times been realized and recognized that one of the ways of tackling with the financial constraint is to find common strategic areas with our potential partners and do activities jointly, which would, to some extent, address the financial constraint issues. So that is why we decided to invite these three. In fact, we invited IAPB also, we invited Sightsavers also. But we don't have any confirmation from them. But these three which I, and CNIB, yes, and CNIB. Angela from CNIB regretted her inability to be available for addressing us because of her some other commitments. She in fact proposed that Diane Burjan be allowed to address on behalf of CNIB. Okay. Okay. So I welcome. We noticed that David, ED Global, CBM Global is joining us, has joined us online. I welcome David to this very important session, and we await your thoughtful inputs, suggestions for our partnership to implement our strategic plan. I also welcome Monica, President ABC, and also we await your thoughtful suggestions on our partnership for implementing a strategic plan in the identified target areas which are of common interest. While we wait for Nawab Kabara, I would hand over the proceedings to Christina to take this session forward and request our partners, the top leadership of our partners, to address us and benefit us from their thoughtful suggestions. Christina,
Good
floor
evening.
is yours.
Yes, good evening to everyone. And thank you very much, Mr. President, for outlining the objectives of today's session. And of course, our sincere thanks to our distinguished guests for giving us and dedicating their time to this important space to dialogue and collaboration. Allow me to begin by sharing that yesterday we held a highly productive session focused on the World Blind Union new strategic plan for 2026-2029. This document is the result of a deeply participatory process shaped by the contribution of our members' organizations, regional unions, international partners, donors, and World Blind Union officers. Following today's meeting, the plan will be submitted to the World Blind Union Executive Committee for approval. The main goal of the plan is to achieve full global inclusion for blind and partially sighted people, ensuring their full participation in society and the enjoyment of all their rights. To achieve these 5 strategic objectives have been established. These objectives are: first, participatory governance and inclusion leadership. The second one is financial sustainability and strategic partnerships. The third one is capacity building and empowerment of our member organizations. The fourth one is global advocacy and collaboration with allies. And the fifth one is technological innovation and universal digital inclusion. Today's session is dedicated to strengthening the alliances that will be essential for implementation of this plan. We have invited key partner organizations to share their strategic priorities, areas of synergy with the World Blind Union, proposals for the future World Blind Union Allies platform, which we aim to build as a space for active and mindful collaboration. And we are deeply grateful for your engagement. With your commitment, we can amplify the impact of the World Blind Union and accelerate real change in policies and also in practices worldwide. Let me now introduce our speakers. Welcome, Dr. Nawar Kavara, President of the International Disability Alliance. Welcome to Monica Khalil, President of the Accessible Books Consortium. And welcome to David Bainbridge, Executive Director of CBM Global. Dr. Kavara, your leadership has been instrumental in advancing the rights of persons with disability globally. We should be grateful if you could share IDA's current strategic priorities. I can't hear. Not yet? David? I don't know. No. Ah, okay. For David. Okay. Okay. So it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. David Bainbridge. Hello, David. Are you here?
Hello. Let me check if you can hear me in the room. Okay.
Yes. Mr. Bainbridge, your organization brings extensive experience in disability, inclusion, and international development. We will be interested to learn about CBM Global's strategic priorities and also your vision for closer collaboration with the World Blind Union.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you in this very important meeting. I will firstly briefly introduce the approach and the strategy of CBM Global, and then share a little around our aspirations of partnership with World Blind Union. So CBM Global is a federation of members, including CBM Australia, CBM New Zealand, CBM Kenya, CBM Switzerland, CBM UK, and CBM Ireland. And together we have a vision of an inclusive world for persons with disabilities, where they can enjoy their human rights and achieve their full potential. And in our strategic plan to 2030, we have set out 4 overarching priorities. One is to ensure we work with those most left behind, engage and partner with underrepresented groups, and ensure that persons who are historically marginalized from different persons with disabilities are able to fully participate in program activities and enjoy their rights. So one is around working with underrepresented groups. Then another is around ensuring the preconditions for inclusion are in place in all of the communities where we work. So that is about the basics of voice and rights and recognition, addressing and overcoming stigma or barriers, ensuring accessibility is in place, and so on, so that all persons with disabilities are able to fully participate in the development process in their communities and have access to equal opportunities with others. Another priority is what we describe as shifting power, shifting decision-making power to the partner organizations that we work with and to local communities, recognizing that historically international NGOs and donors have held the power in decision making, that partnerships have been unequal. So in our approach, in our strategy, we very much seek to ensure we work effectively as a partner and behave well as a donor to ensure decision making increasingly sits with the partners that we support and the communities that our partners support. And so that power shift dynamic needs to apply all the way through to local communities, to grassroots local organizations, OPDs, and so on, through to the national level and through to the global level. We talk about that as localization, as our commitment, along with many other NGOs and donors at this time. It's a very strong theme, and it's something we take very seriously as CBM Global. And the fourth priority for our strategy is confronting the climate crisis, recognizing the enormous impact of climate change and the need both to engage in climate justice work, in policy change, ensuring persons with disabilities are fully represented and speak into worldwide climate initiatives, as well as local and country climate initiatives. And in terms of program at community level, ensuring persons with disabilities are included in and participate and benefit from disaster risk reduction programming, programs that build resilience at community level so people can respond to and adjust to the shocks of the climate crisis as needed. So those are 4 strategic priorities that we have set for ourselves in the upcoming period to 2030. And now if I turn to our partnership with World Blind Union, this is a long-standing partnership that we highly value. And in all of our partnerships, we have a set of partnership principles to which we seek to be held to account. Those include principles such as trust and respect, joint learning together, mutual responsibility and accountability, and others. They're available on our website. And we very much see ourselves and want to see ourselves as an active partner, pursuing shared priorities together, as opposed to a donor. And as I mentioned, very much committed to localization. How do we see more decision-making sit with the partners and the communities where we work? I will mention that last year in 2025, there was an independent evaluation of the grants that we provide to World Blind Union, and that found that flexibility has proven to have an impact for WBU, which can be built upon to ensure that the funding provided to World Blind Union helps to support national level advocacy with WBU members. And the evaluation highlighted how the strategic use of the funds can bridge global commitments with national implementation and pursue stronger national level engagement. And it also highlighted that translating global frameworks into grassroots action has been limited due to limited resources. And that leads to challenges for building and sustaining national level engagement. And those are things we very much want to support in the upcoming period. I should mention that a priority focus for the funding provided by CBM Global is very much about building capacity in the global south, with a geographical focus on Africa and Asia regions. And that is in line with the funding that we receive from our back donor, which is the funding provided to World Blind Union. So it's very much a requirement, this geographical focus that comes with the funding. And as we've looked at the strategic objectives, the intermediate impact set out in World Blind Union's executive summary strategic plan, I would offer 3 areas here that we would love to explore with you to pursue activity together. The first is joint work planning between the teams of World Blind Union and CBM Global on shared priorities. And those would look at areas for consideration, such as the work on Accessibility Go, the guidelines we developed together to help organizations ensure their policies, their programs, their organizations are accessible, and engagement with the World Urban Forum associated with that Accessibility Go work. A second potential area is in climate, disaster risk reduction, and livelihood work. As I mentioned, that this is one of our strategic priorities as CBM Global, addressing the challenges of the climate crisis. And thirdly, a potential area is the broader need for access to community and health services. And our recommended initial step in exploring these joint opportunities would be a mapping between World Blind Union members at country level and the CBM Global country teams where we have a presence, as a first step to see where we have existing relationships or where we'd like to invest further and build new relationships in the countries where we are both engaged. The second opportunity would be around national level capacity support and capacity building. And this could, for example, include exploring a fellowship program in 2 or perhaps 3 countries where CBM Global has a presence and a World Blind Union national member is looking to foster relationship with CBM Global. And the fellowship could be exploring any of those shared priorities that I just described. And it would be very much about translating global commitments into local action, pursuing relevant advocacy opportunities through participation in policy dialogue, strengthening and supporting the disability movement in that country, and so on. And the third area I would offer would be global level advocacy, seeking to support priorities that are named by the World Blind Union Secretariat in line with your strategic plan. But as an overarching thrust, we're very much aware of the importance of connecting global advocacy with country level and local change to ensure that those global commitments do translate through to local action and policies resonate with the realities at community level. So we're very interested in exploring what that might look like. How can we see more global to country level and local level connections? A final comment would be to say that we very much are aware of the challenging funding environment that all of us face in the current landscape, with massive shifts in government funding from USAID last year and other donor governments, and a more competitive funding environment, and would be very keen to explore with World Blind Union if there are opportunities, for example, for joint funding applications or exploring together where we might collectively seek to secure additional funds to help us achieve our shared aims. I hope this is helpful as setting out our aspirations and ideas for our partnership. And some of my team members are very much available to explore and work through more detail with colleagues in the days ahead. But thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you. I hope that's been helpful. And of course, I'm available if you have questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you, David, for your clarity and your commitment. Additionally, what do you see as a key factors to ensure the Allies platform as a mindful, meaningful, and engaging space? for organizations like yours.
Yeah, for the Alliance platform, I would suggest that a key is maybe two things immediately come to mind. One is a very clear terms of reference. So everyone has agreed expectations as to what the platform is there to accomplish together. How do we measure success? How do we know it's achieving its intended mandate? And the second is a spirit of trust, respect, and transparency. So for that, for members of that platform to have a shared commitment toward an openness within the group, to share challenges as well as successes, to take a shared approach to problem solving, that we are in this together. How can we be of mutual support? And that very much therefore relies upon transparency, openness, so that challenges as and when they arise can be addressed proactively in a spirit of partnership. Those, I think, would be my my suggestions.
Thank you, David. I am very grateful to you for allowing us and for initiating a very open dialogue in a manner that tries to have trust, assess the challenges before WBU, and also offer solution in the spirit of partnerships. And I find your suggestion very interesting, which I believe we discussed in our first meeting after my election as president, that you were kind enough to spare a time for, that we should consider implementing joint projects. So I think your suggestion for joint application for common projects for funding is a good suggestion that we must definitely not only explore, but work on. As president, this much I would like to assure you that we believe in taking our very important partnership with CBM Global and long-standing partnership with CBM Global on the principles that you outlined. We also value those principles and practice those principles, and will continue to do that. So I would request you to be with us during this session, if time permits for you to be here, so that during the discussion, if we could have your valuable guidance, if anything new emerges as a part of our building the strategy for building alliances during this session. So thank you again, and I hope that we will have your guidance available during this session as we go along.
Yes, indeed. It's a pleasure, and I'll be able to stay on.
Yeah. Anyone, is there any question for David? Anyone would like to? No questions, then we go. I hand it over to Christina to take the session forward.
Yes, thank you, David. We now turn to Mrs. Monica Jalil, Ms. Monica Jalil, President of the Accessible Books Consortium, ABC, a key initiative promoting access to reading through accessible formats. Ms. Khalil, we will be pleased to hear about ABC's current priorities and explore potential areas of collaborations with the World Blind Union, particularly in the context of the Marrakech Treaty. Ms. Khalil.
Thank you very much. One minor correction. I'm head of the Accessible Books Consortium. I'm not the president, though I have to say I like that title. But thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So I think some of you know me and know the work of ABC quite well, and some names I'm not familiar with. So what I'll first do is give an overview of what we do, and then talk about how we could possibly collaborate further. So just for the sake of clarity, I'm actually a staff member at the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is a UN specialized agency, and I sit at WIPO headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. The World Blind Union was a founding partner of the Accessible Books Consortium and has sat on the ABC Advisory Board since 2014. So it's really my pleasure to speak to you about our continued collaboration moving forward. It's been, we've been collaborating for the past 11 and a half years. So as many of you know, the Accessible Books Consortium, or ABC as it's known, is a private-public partnership that is led and financed by WIPO. So in addition to the World Blind Union, ABC includes ICVI. The African Union of the Blind sits also on the advisory board, as does the European Blind Union, the DAISY Consortium, libraries serving people who are print disabled, publishers, and authors. So the goal of the Accessible Books Consortium is really to implement the objectives of the Marrakech Treaty at a practical level. Our mandate is really to increase the number of accessible format books around the world and to deliver them to people who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled. Now, how do we do this? We do so through three main activities. So our first main activity is through providing training to NGOs in low-income countries. These NGOs serve individuals who are blind or print disabled, and we provide training in the most up-to-date methods of producing books in accessible formats. We also provide financing to these NGOs immediately afterwards so they can produce educational materials in accessible formats. This serves to help reinforce the training the NGO has received and also to increase the number of accessible educational materials worldwide. We have partnered in 40 countries over the past 10 years, and through ABC training and technical assistance, our partners have produced over 22,000 accessible format copies of educational texts. So that's our first main activity. Our second main activity at ABC is we host and manage the ABC Global Book Service, which is an online catalog of accessible books that facilitates the cross-border exchange of these books between participating libraries for the blind, which under the terminology of the Marrakech Treaty are known as authorized entities. We currently have 1.2 million titles available for cross-border exchange under the framework of the Marrakech Treaty. And the treaty, the service, the Global Book Service helps to ensure that authorized entities in different parts of the world do not need to expend efforts to duplicate a book that already exists. So for example, if Harry Potter has been produced in Canada and an AE in Kenya, which is to get Harry Potter in English, they don't need the authorized entity in Kenya doesn't need to reproduce it. They can get it from the ABC Global Book Service. Now, what is important is that for authorized entities to be able to get books from ABC, the authorized entity needs to be in a country that has both ratified the Marrakesh Treaty as well as implemented the provisions into national law. This is really critical to be able to have this cross-border exchange. ABC also provides a catalog that is available to beneficiary persons, so people who are blind or visually impaired or otherwise print disabled. We have about 500,000 titles available whereby beneficiary persons can directly search and download accessible format books. This is done through a beneficiary application on the web, as well as through the Dolphin Easy Reader app. So this is also an important service that we provide. Finally, the third main activity that ABC provides is we promote accessible, what we call born accessible publishing with publishers. We try to provide resources to publishers on the benefits of embedding accessibility features into their digital publishing workflows. We encourage publishers to do so by having an annual ABC International Excellence Award. And our hope is that through publishers adopting these practices, we will reduce the efforts required to create accessible copies of these books. So in terms of, one other thing I wanted to mention about the Global Book Service. So we have 1.2 million books available for cross-border exchange, as I mentioned. And of these, 100,000 books are in Braille. And we have 17,000 Braille music scores. Again, all available for cross-border exchange under the framework of the treaty. And we have 148 authorized entities that have become members of the ABC Global Book Service. Now, to turn to areas where I think we could continue or start new areas of collaboration, the WBU has been a very important partner in our work for the past 11 years. When we look forward, as I said, to our continued collaboration, particularly within the recently launched Global Braille Literacy Campaign. But the first main area where I think we can continue our collaboration is to encourage those countries which have neither joined the Marrakesh Treaty, or if they have joined, they have not yet implemented the provisions into national law. WIPO stands ready to work with these countries, whether by assisting with joining the treaty or providing legislative advice for the implementation of the provisions into national law. Now, one key point is that legislative advice must be requested by the government itself. So we deal with governments. It's important that it's the government that requests it. But where the WBU, I think, can continue to assist, and which is very important, is by working on the advocacy side and the lobbying side. And I think here the World Blind Union has done an excellent job and should continue to do so, whereby sort of, blindness associations in a national context are lobbying their governments to either join Marrakesh or implement. And we cannot emphasize how important this is and how impactful it has been. So I'd say that's the first main area, is the advocacy work in getting ratification and implementation at the national level. A second area where I think we can continue to collaborate is through the course of our training and technical assistance. So we've worked with many of the strongest NGOs in the world for training and technical assistance in the past 10 years. We're now working increasingly with smaller organizations that require training, but they also need more support. One of the greatest challenges that we've seen is that NGOs lack resources from the IT side in form of computers, software, even internet connections, Braille embossers, to produce books in accessible formats. Those of you who know us know WIPO has restrictions in that we cannot provide funding to purchase ICT equipment. So we absolutely cannot provide funding for IT equipment. So we are trying to start some sort of a system whereby some of our larger authorized entities in developed countries maybe donate equipment that's still in good condition into smaller authorized entities which don't have the necessary equipment to produce accessible books. But we think that this is an area that perhaps the WBU could help in terms of putting our authorized entities into contact with local suppliers or with donors. This is an area where we would need help because we cannot provide the funding for IT equipment. Another area, so the third area where we think that the WBU could be of immeasurable value is by your encouraging members to join the Global Book Service and by promoting the fact that we have a beneficiary application available. Dolphin Easy Reader just launched in November 2025. So we have a really important catalog of accessible books available, but I think the word is not out there yet that this is available. What is important, of course, is that for beneficiary persons to be able to access the beneficiary application on the web or the Dolphin Easy Reader is that there needs to be an authorized entity that is managing that access. And the authorized entity needs to be in a country that has both joined the Marrakesh Treaty and transposed the provisions into national law. So again, that comes back to the first point about assisting with getting Marrakesh Treaty ratifications and transposition into national law so that people can get access to a very important catalog directly. We have 500,000 titles available through the beneficiary application. I noticed from the strategy document that you sent out on Friday that you're interested in providing mentoring. ABC has also recently proposed this as well, and we'd be delighted to support this initiative, as well as make possible introductions to partners given our large network. I can also send you the list of our current 148 authorized entities who are members of the ABC Global Book Service, as well as the list of NGOs that we partnered with previously for training and technical assistance projects. I'll stop there and see if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica, also for your clarity and to share with us the synergies that you have identified. They are very interesting. We will also value your suggestions on how to foster effective cooperation within the ALICE platform while respecting the, of course, the distinct mandates of each organization, of course. Yes.
Thank you. I received your document on Friday for the Allies platform. I was wondering if maybe you could elaborate on that, because it's intuitive from the wording, but it's not really that. If I could have some more details, it's a bit hard to comment on that without more details about the Allies platform.
Yes, we want to create an ALICE platform, and I ask you for suggestions about how to concrete this platform and how do you think this platform can give value for you, for your organization.
So is the platform an actual sort of technical platform? It's a website. It's not, do you mean this is, or is it a meeting? Sort of, it's a proposal to have a meeting at a regular, it's not really clear to me what that is. Is it like some sort of a website, or is it an actual regular meetings held amongst different organizations?
We have to create it, and we are thinking in convene an annual meeting with all allies. But it's a proposal, it's something that we have to create, that we have to build.
Okay.
Don't worry, Monica, if you now don't see, you don't know, or you or we haven't concrete this proposal. So it's something that we are going to build.
I think, Monica, if I
Yes.
may,
Yes.
and seek your guidance, since you have also a large network of authorized entities and working globally, as WBU has in the form of its membership in 173 countries. So I think we are better placed to work out on synergies using the presence in one form or the other in different countries to collaborate with each other. And the idea of the Allies platform is at a very nascent stage of thinking. It is something which we want to operationalize, but with a well thought of strategy and clear direction. So in that context, probably Christina wanted your thoughts.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, I think the idea of having sort of regular meetings with key sort of similar to what you're doing now, where people are able to state, what their organization is doing, what their sort of deliverables or goals are for the year, and how we could work together. I think that would be a good idea. And where we hear what the WBU is doing, I think that might be I think that would be very helpful given how much we work together. So for example, the ABC Advisory Board, where we have about 15 organizations that provide guidance to ABC, we meet sort of 4 times a year. I'm not sure if this is something where your Allies platform would be something where you have meetings maybe perhaps a few times a year, and different organizations can provide input on what they're doing, but also hear what the WBU is doing. That might be worthwhile. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about, but a model similar to the ABC Advisory Board might be
That's the
comparable or of interest. Yeah.
In fact, that's the idea. But in order to concretize and see in what concrete terms we can develop it, and which ultimately will result into many collaborative actions, in fact. If frequent dialogues happen, we know each other activities, then we find out what are the common activities that we are implementing. Are we duplicating some of the activities in one country or the other? Because we are faced with the challenge of financial constraints, particularly in view of changing financial focus and priorities of the member governments, donors. So I think that is one of the important strategy to overcome or address that challenge. I think Martin wanted to say something. Martin.
Yes, you can hear me. I just want to also acknowledge that every year there's Excellence Awards, and last year in September at our gala, WIPO was present to, in our midst, hand out the 2 awards, one for a very good inclusive publisher and one for a entity that probably consists out of NGOs to promote accessible publishing. So we still, this is still happening every year. And I want to acknowledge that WBU promotes that opportunity. So it's a reminder to all here to, if you come across a good publishing entity or publisher or author, to become involved that way. And Monica has mentioned us maybe being more involved with introducing NGOs to ICT providers. Apart from that, I must acknowledge that WIPO and DAISY have introduced us to agencies who do very production of very inexpensive little manual book readers. So we realized most people got a smartphone, hopefully, and that the Dolphin Easy Reader is a smartphone app. But also we realized that often one may need more than one book reader if your phone needs to be state charged, or if young children or people don't have iPhones or smartphones yet. So we are in touch. WIPO has been really constructive in introducing entities that do very inexpensive production of little book readers. And some of you would have seen that at the ULAC General Assembly. So I think the man on the street, the blind child or older person, or any blind person on the street, there are more very cheaper book readers available too. And I just want to thank WIPO for that as well, because not everybody can afford a high-end reader like the Victor Stream or a full laptop or computer. So thank you.
Okay. I think it's the time when we try to take something in concrete terms out of this session. Two of our speakers, partners, have made rather proposed some concrete things that we can do together. First, I would come to the suggestions made by David on behalf of CBM Global. I think the joint application, as I said, for joint project and for funding support for those joint projects, can we identify the following areas there which are common, and we start working on them by the designated persons from both the organizations, so that we meet the timelines for such joint project applications. Areas are disaster risk management, and the capacity building of national organizations. There probably Christina, Mark, and the officer from CBM, designated officer from CBM. Huh? Medicos, I think, may discuss and take this initiative forward if agreed by David. Now to ABC, Monica has made very important suggestions for collaboration, and we must take it forward. First and foremost, that we have the list of all the authorized entities that you have, with also the training and entities which have received some kind of support from ABC initiatives, so that we identify the left ones and see where are the possibilities from our member countries which would benefit from the good work that ABC is doing and would increase. And of course, the advocacy on Marrakesh Treaty would probably, as you rightly said, we appreciate your limitation being WIPO. But here WBU can play an important role. I understand. And we can together work jointly on the way forward for this joint initiative for ratification of Marrakesh Treaty, and wherever ratification has happened, implementation is lacking for implementation thereof. So for that, I think both of our organizations will have to identify a person who would coordinate with each other and take this forward. So these are my, I was very carefully listening and trying to take something concrete out of this session, which is also commensurate and consistent with our strategic plan. So I would request David first and then Monica to make their final comments about this concrete action that I am suggesting or proposing. David, if you could.
Yes, thank you so much. I think I would highlight two things when it comes to funding. So the first is that we have a confirmed budget available to World Blind Union in 2026. And so first priority, I would suggest, is to discuss the details of the funding plan and finalize the plan for the year to use the available funding to the most effective impact. And colleagues in my team, Mary Keogh, our advocacy director, and others will lead that process, so that I know they're keen to connect. I think there may even be a meeting later this week to look at the details. So step number one, I would suggest, is finalizing plans, how best to utilize the available resource. And then step number two is then how to explore additional funding opportunity. So are there particular donors that we can identify together where a joint submission would be very suitable, that would meet the donors' interests in some area of work, whether that's around disaster risk reduction or organizational strengthening for World Blind Union members, or policy change and advocacy outcomes at the country level. But a joint mapping exercise to look at the countries where we're both wanting to prioritize in our joint work, and to then explore funding. And yeah, as I said earlier, it's a competitive environment, but if we're very strategic and we map out carefully the possibilities, let's see if we can provide some compelling proposals to donors. But I would suggest kind of taking those two-stage approaches here. Firstly, finalize the plans with the existing funding and utilize that to the best impact, and perhaps as leverage to attract other donors. Is that helpful, Mr. Ungter, in terms of setting out my response?
Very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Monica?
Yeah, yes, thank you. So, yes, of course, sort of interested in collaborating for the Marrakesh Treaty. We currently have 101 contracting parties covering 127 countries. since the EU ratified as one block. So there's still, WIPO has 193 member states, so you can see that there's still work to be done in getting all countries to ratify. And then also thank you to Martine for commenting on the IT equipment, and she was referencing the Vine readers, which are inexpensive solar-powered readers that usually retail somewhere around $35 US, as opposed to smartphones. If anybody requires an introduction to that company that sells these small readers, happy to do so. And then again, if the WBU will send you the lists, definitely, for the authorized entities and our partners for training and technical assistance. And if you can promote, as Martine said, the ABC International Excellence Award, which this year we have, the deadline is February 2nd. We will be making the award at the Bologna Children's Book Fair. But if you would like to promote it and encourage nominations, as I said, the deadline is February 2nd. But also that if you can promote having authorized entities join the ABC Global Book Service, or also promote the beneficiary application and Dolphin Easy Reader, really with 500,000 titles available for download. This is really a wonderful resource. It's free. We're financing it. It's a free resource, but preconditions are ratification and transposition of the provisions of the Marrakesh Treaty. One area, if I may, the one area where there is a big gap in the ABC Global Book Service is books in Arabic. Although it's a very important language spoken by, I think, hundreds of millions of people around the world, we only have 300 books in Arabic out of our 1.2 million title collection. And that is because we are unable to find an authorized entity with a substantive collection in the Arabic language. So again, if the WBU is able to help us in this area, we would be most grateful. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Monica. I think Christina want to make
Yes.
one request to you,
Mhm.
Monica.
Yes, Monica. Yesterday we were speaking about the Braille Museum, because World Blind Union has the responsibility to manage the museum. And ironically, this museum hasn't available the documents. It is a museum for blind people, and the documents are not accessible. Sorry. I wonder if ABC can help us to make accessible these documents.
So where is the museum? Sorry, I don't know where this.
Oh, the museum is in France. It's a Louis Braille Museum.
Braille Museum.
It
Yeah.
is the house where Louis Braille was born. And it is a little museum, but we want to make this museum, of course, accessible and in an international project, you know.
Okay, can we, Christina, let's talk offline. We have some very key partners in France this surprises me, so that
Perfect.
so let's talk offline, and let's get you introduced to the right partners in France, and then let's go from there.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Monica. And David, I'm going to contact with Mary Keoghs next week to finalize this mapping exercise. Okay?
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, again, to conclude this session, we thank you, David and Monica, for sparing your valuable time to talk to us, to think with us, and to express your commitment to work with us. Yeah. I think Dipin Manocha ji is wanting the floor. Yes. Go ahead. Yes. Yes, yes.
So, just with the partnership with the ABC, I think there is a very important aspect which Monica was highlighting on the beneficiary application. One of the huge gaps in most of the low and middle income group countries is the absence of national repositories and the online libraries. And we know with our work in India and some of the countries that it is a very, very expensive and very resource hungry kind of a situation. But because of the work of ABC, this solution is actually available completely free of cost to all the Marrakesh compliant countries. And the utilization of this offer has not been to its potential at all till now. So I think that's one areas where collaboration certainly can really help the resource which is available globally to reach the real users. The people are not having access to books. On the other hand, we have books which are available free of cost and which can reach into the pockets of people wherever they are in the world. So I think that's one very, very low hanging fruit, but a very impactful application that can happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you, David. I thank you, Monica, for sparing your time to talk to us, to think with us, and to show your commitment to work with us. I also would like to assure both of you and your organizations that WBU values your work, your partnership, and assure you that we will continue to strengthen the partnership, take it forward, and explore new areas of partnership and work on the agreed principles with respect to each other and on the principle of mutual agreement, transparency, and collective decision making wherever we are working together. Thank you very much. I would request the officers to give a big applause for both of our speakers.
And thank you indeed. It's been a pleasure to join you online, and I wish you every success for the rest of your time together.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for inviting us to participate.
Thank you, Monica.
And I
Thank
look
you.
forward to working with you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
It's very
Bye-bye.
valuable to us at a time when we are in the process of evolving our, finalizing our strategic plan and implementation strategies. And one of the key areas of is partnership, building alliances. Okay, so friends,
Thank you.
that brings us to the end of the day. Before we go out of the meeting room, I forgot this promise to check with you in the morning that are there people who would like to go out for shopping today? Because I think the time for shopping is only now. Because those who are, of course, Martin and your Deborah has full day tomorrow, but all of you others do not have that day with you. So if I could get your requests, I would coordinate and immediately give you some, time frame when you can, in another half an hour time, you can expect some help, right? So Yanina can, if possible, Yanina can, yes, can those who want to go, can you want to go and want our support? You are free to go on your own, but if you want any help in terms of transportation, in terms of someone with you to go, you raise your hand. I will come back to you for that request. Daisy. Which one? Then? No, you are.